Welcome everybody to the second day of the Maryland Brownfield Conference toward Beneficial Reuse. This morning, we're very grateful to have Lena Adams Kim, PhD with US EPA. She will be giving a discussion about mindfulness. This is called Connect, and we're happy to have everybody here today. Wanted to run through one important aspect of this. We want to make sure that you can see Lena, and to do that, and let me know in the chat if you have trouble with this, but you want to be able to go to the webcam portion of your control panel, so that you can choose to see Lena's webcam. So let us know if that presents any issues at all, but that should work just fine. And Lena, did you want to do some introduction before we begin today?
Introduction on myself, I'm happy to.
Sure, thank you.
Shall I just start the presentation, or do you need to check to make sure in the chat that there are no questions?
That is a good question. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'll share your presentation, and then I'll ask folks if they can let us know if they are having trouble viewing the webcam at all.
Okay, and Jason, you don't need to show the slides just yet.
Okay, no problem.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining. It's early. I always know that by people choosing voluntarily to show up for something early like mindfulness, we have a captive audience of people who are either very interested or have a practice or are just curious, and they've heard this term a lot more during the pandemic. I'm Lena, and I work in the city of brotherly love and sisterly affection, otherwise known as Philadelphia, and I work for the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. I'm actually on a temporary assignment working for our entire great agency of the US EPA nationwide to develop and roll out a program called Mindful EPA. That is the first mindfulness program of its kind for our agency. So it's an honor, and I'm happy to share the wealth with folks like yourselves, our partners. I mentioned that I'm from Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love and sisterly affection, but I also like to point out that it is a land that was traditionally stewarded by the Lenape people. And I like to share that during my introductions related to mindfulness to expand all of your definitions of what you might think mindfulness means. We'll talk about some misconceptions shortly, but it is a very nice and mindful way to start a meeting, introducing yourself by name, by agency, and potentially to consider introducing yourself with acknowledging the land and the indigenous people that once lived on that land. A mindful and intentional stance showing that you're not the first person to be sitting where you happen to be sitting, and nor will you be the last person who happens to be sitting where you are sitting in this moment in time. Mindfulness is just simply being intentional and respectful, but we'll get into that in a moment. So I'd like to first thank you for all the work that you all do, because it's redevelopment work and making the land that we live on and the Lenape land that was once traditionally stewarded long ago back to its natural beauty, or if you're redeveloping it from something that was mildly contaminated to something that can be more useful. It's pretty amazing work, so I want to first thank you for that. I'm curious, let's just join in the chat so I have a baseline of awareness. Is anyone familiar with the term mindfulness? Is anyone familiar with what mindfulness is? You can just say yes or no in the chat, and Jason or Sylvia can tell me what people indicate. And if you're still struggling to drink your coffee and wake up, I get it, but I'm curious whether people are familiar with the term. It helps me to know how deeply to go.
So Lena, we do have two people have responded saying yes, they are familiar, and one person says not really. So,
Okay, Thank you. Does anyone, my second question, does anyone practice mindfulness? If you're willing to share whether or not you are somebody who already practices mindfulness, that would be helpful to know. Give it a moment. And if we don't have any answers, we can just stick with the answers we have thus far.
Yeah, we have one answer that says at times, another says I do my best, another says I try and practice every night, a fourth says no, but would like to know more.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, what I'd like to do is share a bit about mindfulness. So we're on some baseline level of awareness. And then what I'd like to do is take you through this entire presentation through little mini practices, because what I'd love to do at the end of this presentation is for you all to have an expanded version of what mindfulness can mean to you, because many people have a misconception. Jason, you can bring it to the first slide, a misconception of what mindfulness is. These are the three of the main misconceptions, among many others, but these are ones that I hear a lot, and I'd like to address each one. Mindfulness is religious. Mindfulness can be religious if you are purposefully using it to be more spiritual. I have friends who are Catholic who use mindfulness to be stronger, more spiritual Catholics. But for the purposes of the type of mindfulness that I am sharing and developing at EPA and that I'm discussing with you all, we're talking about secular mindfulness that was developed by an MIT neurobiologist named John Kabat-Zinn in the late 70s when he was dealing with people coming back from the Vietnam War in acute pain that wasn't getting addressed by medication. Second misconception, mindfulness is sitting and doing nothing. Mindfulness, if you're meditating in a certain way, can look like you're sitting and doing nothing, but the type of mindfulness that we're talking about is actually a very specific type that calls for you to be simply present and aware in the present moment. If you're meditating mindfully, you can look like you're sitting and doing nothing, but there's actually a lot going on in your mind. And that leads into the third misconception, that mindfulness is trying to have no thoughts or having no thoughts. It's actually, that's the biggest misconception of all. Mindfulness is actually paying closer and intentional attention to the types of thoughts that you have. So oftentimes when you see people meditating, mindful meditation, they're actually paying attention to their thought patterns. And the powerful thing about that is when you start paying attention mindfully to the patterning of your thoughts, you actually start noticing how sometimes the thoughts that you're having are less skillful, and you can sort of do a pivot to having more skillful and wholesome and useful thoughts. So let's go on to, well, actually, before we go on to the next slide, I'd invite you just to close your eyes for a moment. If you don't want to close your eyes, you can leave your eyes open. And maybe sit up a little bit taller. Imagine there's an invisible string coming up through the crown of your head, pulling you up just a little bit. And take a breath in, nice deep breath in. Maybe exhale with your mouth. Maybe take one more breath in through your nostrils and exhale through your mouth. When you're audibly exhaling, it sends a message to your parasympathetic nervous system to move from fight or flight to rest and digest, which is great. Now take a moment and just feel your feet on the floor or crossed or wherever you might be if you're working virtually. Some people still have slippers on. But just take a moment and feel your feet. Wiggle your toes. Try not to think about how you're thinking about your feet, like literally feel how they feel in the shoes or your socks. If you're Sylvia and Jason helping me out with this slide deck, you're probably wearing shoes because they sound like they're both in the office together. Maybe take a moment and on the next exhale, let your shoulders feel really heavy. And maybe on the next exhale, let the muscles around your eyes feel really relaxed and heavy. And if your eyes were closed, you can open them And I'd like to congratulate you on the fact that you just did another mindful awareness practice. I shared with all of you that you could have a moment of mindfulness in intention by acknowledging the land, the traditional land that you might be sitting on at the beginning of this presentation. That's an act of mindfulness. Another way to be mindful is simply taking a moment to move away from all the thoughts swirling around in your head. We tend to be like human beings walking around with these big heads, thinking that we're only present from our neck up. We sometimes forget that we have a body that's sort of carrying that head around. Jason, you can go on to the next slide. What's mindfulness? We just practiced it. Mindfulness is paying attention on purpose to the present moment and non-judgmentally. Now, this was John Kabat-Zinn's definition. There are many definitions out there, but I use sort of like the master of secular mindfulness's definition. So what we did was we felt our feet, we paid attention to our breath a few times, we sort of gave direction to certain body parts to feel relaxed. So we were paying attention on purpose in the present moment. Our minds tend to not be in the present moment. We're sort of jerked to the future and yanked to the past and all the things that we're thinking about. So oftentimes paying attention to your body brings you to the present moment. And that final word, non-judgmentally, means that I'll give an example of what paying attention non-judgmentally sounds like. Less mindful, Lena, on autopilot. Maybe 20 years ago when I was raising my child, who's now a 21-year-old, I'd come home from a long day at EPA. I'm busy. I need to cook dinner for the family. She'd want to play. I'd be thinking, oh my gosh, I don't have time to play. I can't play. But I would sort of, sigh and sit down with her and play with her. But I wasn't really playing with her. My mind was elsewhere. It was on the to-do list, the dinner I had to make, and just completely distracted. My mind wasn't in the present moment. And in the meantime, I was beating myself up for not being a good mom and paying attention to her. So rewind, a more mindful Lena, paying attention on purpose to the present moment, coming home after a long day of work at the EPA, having a young child wanting to play. I would probably do things a little bit differently. And I would say, okay, Maddie, I have 5 minutes to play. I would know that those 5 minutes don't make a huge difference in cooking the dinner. And for those 5 minutes, I would pay attention on purpose to the present moment. I mean, she's a 21-year-old now who doesn't want to play with me. And I would have soaked in each of those moments on purpose in the present moment. Non-judgmentally means that the moment your mind drifts away, because it will while you're trying to be mindful, the moment my mind would drift away to the to-do list or cooking, I would, instead of beating myself up over it, would bring it back to the present moment and playing with Maddie, sort of noticing, okay, my mind wandered. That's what minds do. Let me bring it back. So that's mindful playing. You can be mindful while playing with your child. You can be mindless, aka on autopilot, playing with your child. So the powerful thing about this definition is the non-judgmental part, sort of paying attention with a kind awareness. So next slide, Jason. In summary, a manager at EPA said to me, oh, it's sort of like training your brain. So I give you this slide thanks to Deb Jordan of Region 9 EPA, where mindfulness, secular mindfulness, is literally training your brain to focus on certain things. And we train our muscles because we want them to get strong. The brain is no different, even though we're not raised to remember or think that way often. So next slide. Most of us are aware of the benefits of mindfulness. I'll give you a moment to just look at some of the text on this slide. None of it will be very, very surprising to you all unless you've been living without really watching the news or reading the papers over the past few years. Mindfulness is everywhere at this point. Some of the benefits: improves your relationships, helps with focus, boosts immunity, increases empathy. These are all things that are based on research. Social science backed it up until about a decade ago, and now fMRI, neuroscience, now backs this fact, which is powerful stuff. And one of the most interesting areas that I'm fascinated by with mindfulness is how it actually helps to decrease implicit bias, but that's a whole nother topic for another presentation. So next slide, Jason. So we all know the benefits. Why aren't we all mindful? Why are we like this person on the left, even though we know mindfulness is beneficial? We know as humans, we're walking around, we see the two trees and we have all this jumble in our mind. And we know that our dogs, our pets, the dog sees the two trees in the sun, and all the dog thinks is they see the two trees in the sun. So animals are a great way to remind us to be mindful, because we know that they're generally living in the present moment. So why aren't we all mindful? It boils down to human nature 101. Jason, you can turn it to the next slide. We are hardwired to scan for negatives, and we are hardwired as a species to share stories of those negatives after we experience the negatives. So we have something in the very back lower part of our brain back here, way deep inside, called the amygdala. It's actually two little almond-shaped organs in the very middle of our reptilian brain that are sparked every time something occurs that might be novel in our environment. And when it's sparked, it sparks what is called the fight, flight, or freeze response, which is our body's response to something novel that could be harmful to us. Now, back in the caveman and women days, it was very helpful for that amygdala to spark all the time, because a rustling bush, for instance, if we saw that rustling bush and the amygdala sparked as potentially negative, like, oh, a saber-toothed tiger could jump out and eat me, we ran away, it kept us alive. That amygdala was doing great work for us. Now, every time the amygdala sparks, the prefrontal cortex, which is right here, that's the executive higher functioning brain that also focuses on relaxation and empathy and connection with others. Every time the amygdala sparks, that prefrontal cortex actually becomes deactivated. So imagine back when we were cavemen and women, the amygdala sparking all the time, us sort of jumping away from a rustling bush because of our negativity bias, that kept us alive. Now fast forward to 2021, and all the novel things that crop up, like this morning, my computer software decided to give a reboot, and I thought I might be late to this meeting. Guess what sparks in my brain? Because we are still programmed to, if something novel happens, to read it as negative. And that ends up deactivating that part of our brain that we actually want to be more activated in everyday life in 2021. Like a computer software boot up is not going to kill me like a saber-toothed tiger coming out of the bushes, but my amygdala is still hardwired to be that way, not helpful in our day and age. And I know you all know what I'm talking about, where something happens, somebody cuts us off in traffic, or somebody cuts us off in the line at Rite Aid, something seems unfair, and you have this physical response to it that almost seems overboard. That's not your body doing something wrong. That's actually your body hardwired to keep you alive back a long time ago, but it's still doing what it was programmed to do, but it's not serving us well now. So let me go on to the next quote, Jason, if you can go on to the next slide. Dr. Rick Hansen is a neurobiologist who says the brain's negativity bias is like Velcro for bad experiences, but Teflon for good ones. So we have a negativity bias. We tend to see things that are novel or new or curious or that we can't quite explain. We tend to veer towards the negative, kept us alive back then, not helpful anymore. But here's the interesting thing about his quote and the science that's been done is we also tend to remember those negative things far better. You can have a wonderful day, great coffee in the morning, your family's wonderful, your kids are fine, the weather is beautiful, you feel great in your clothing, you had a great workout, and then maybe around 4 p.m. that day, your supervisor says, you could have done a better job on that presentation. And what do you remember when you go home that evening? What is the thing? What is the thing that actually is most memorable about that day of wonderful things? Our brain tends to remember, not only notice the negative. So let's go on to the next slide. So these are great examples of this negativity bias and how we also tend to, because we remember the negative, ruminate about the past and worry about the future a lot more. They go hand in hand with the things that I just described. And we get trapped in these narrative loops. That's the patterning of our brain and our thinking when we don't pay attention to how our brains work. This gentleman in the airport, he's taking a trip. And is he standing there with his suitcase thinking, oh my gosh, I'm such a lucky man to be taking this work trip on behalf of my agency? No, he's probably thinking, why is that woman in front of me not walking fast enough? Am I going to miss my flight? Am I going to have to take my shoes off at security? Will the TSA check-in work? We know sort of like the narrative loops that tend to run through our minds. We tend not to notice the positive. We tend to remember and relay the negative to ourselves. And then this woman to the right at the podium, she could be giving this speech and thinking to herself, I'm so lucky to be living in a time where, you know, there's technology where I can use a laptop to give this speech. I'm so lucky to be living in a time where there's a microphone that can transmit my voice to hundreds of people instead of standing around and having 10 people listen to me up close. I'm so lucky to have an opportunity to give a speech. We know she's probably thinking, am I going to fail? Are they judging me? My hands are sweaty. Oh my gosh, I'm nervous. That person over there isn't wearing their mask. We know how our minds work when we're not paying attention to helping them work better. And Harvard research that was conducted, it's just so fascinating, and feel free to just Google it. I can give you the title at the end of this presentation. Found that through 8 weeks only of mindfulness meditation, they had a study group and then a control group. They found that 8 weeks of practicing, focusing more on noticing the positive and focusing more on noticing your thought patterns to be able to start shifting them to the positive, ended up not only having those people in the group that they studied feel more focused, present, and happier, but they found that there was cortical thickening. Jason, you can go on to the next slide. There was cortical thickening in the area that I mentioned to you, the prefrontal cortex, after this study, after 8 weeks of just mindfulness meditation, practicing certain thought patterns. And notice all the way to the right, the dendrites of the neurons are more strongly connected. There is still a disagreement on whether you're growing more neurons, but the dendritic connections between the neurons become stronger. You're basically able to, by noticing your thoughts and starting to train your brain to have different thoughts, you're starting to strengthen the neural connectivity. And neurons that fire together more often wire together. So that's basically the neurobiologist's way of saying the more you start thinking a certain way, the more your neurons wire together, become stronger, and the more you're more likely to start thinking that way by default. So how is this so? Jason, you can go on to the next slide. Humans have an amazing ability that no other animal that we know of on this world has. It's the ability to have metacognition, and that means our ability to think about thinking. We have a thinking mind, we have a mind, and then we have an observing mind. We can think about how we're thinking. You know, if I see an apple over here, I can think to myself, Lena sees an apple. But I can also go like this and I can know, oh, Lena sees Lena seeing an apple. Like I have this ability to sort of go out of my mind. Take a moment and let that digest. Maybe we're all so used to that ability, like we're going about our day and we can actually sort of be a second person over here noticing the nature and way in which we're going about our day. That is called metacognition, and we are the only ones who have the ability to do that, mammals that is. So the powerful thing about that is with that observing mind that's noticing the thinking mind has been trained to have these unskillful thought patterns, a negativity bias. The awareness, the observing mind can actually start having a little bit more control over that thinking mind. So with mindfulness meditation, you're repeatedly taking a step back to notice the type of thought patterns that you have this is when people are closing their eyes and meditating. They're actually paying attention to their thought patterns. And rather, this ends up when you use the observing mind more, you're sort of doing a little pivot to your observing mind rather than your thinking mind when you're mindfully meditating. With that little pivot, you're constantly disengaging from the thought patterning that you might have that's not skillful, and you're constantly disidentifying with it and just sort of noticing it. So instead of being owned by your thoughts, your strong emotions, your negative thoughts, you actually you disidentify, disengage, and you just start seeing them through a different lens. And like I said earlier, repeated ways of thinking shapes your brain and it strengthens the synaptic connections. So you're capitalizing on your ability as a human being to metacognize when you are meditating mindfully. So today's practice is how we are going to use that observing brain to change our relationship to a strong emotion that we might have, say, in the work world. So instead of avoidance, we can take a stance of curiosity to how our minds are thinking. When I say avoidance, it's sort of like when we have a strong emotion like anger or frustration at work, we tend to either react to it negatively or we tend to tamp it down, which ends up sort of giving it a lot more power. It sort of sits there and festers. Instead, we're going to just notice it more and take a friendly, curious stance towards it in this practice. The metaphor that I like to use is sort of the kids in the car. Like you're the driver of the car, you are you, and the kids are your emotions. Like let's say they're the negative emotions that you might have, you know, a moment of frustration at work, anxiety or anger or frustration. The emotions being the kids, they're in the back seat. They're welcome to be there. They should be there. We are human beings. Emotions they give us information about how our world is. They're welcome to be back in the back seat. We don't want them driving the car because we know what will happen when the kids drive the car. We don't want the emotions to drive the car. We know how that feels when they do, but we don't want to stick the kids in the trunk. So we don't want to hide the emotions and push them away, tamp them down. So again, as humans, we all know that when you start doing that repeatedly, when they finally do come up, they come up in a very unskillful and very reactive way. So let's practice something called STOP, the S-T-O-P practice. And while I was talking, I'm realizing that this slide by Viktor Frankl, who was a Holocaust survivor, who wrote a beautiful book. In this book, he has a quote that I think speaks very well to how mindfulness, when practicing it, gives us a little bit of space between that emotion or that stimulus and our reaction to the stimulus. Oftentimes, stimulus happens, like something negative happens, and bam, we react to it unthinkingly because we haven't been training our minds. But with mindfulness meditation, the stimulus happens and you're creating a little bit of space between the stimulus and your response to it. And this STOP practice is how we're going to create that space. So we can go on to the next slide. So this is the classic STOP practice that is taught to many people in organizations, as well as more and more school children, because the best way to learn how to train your brain is actually not when we're, folks at EPA and MDE and all other agencies. As we know, the best way to start is when we're younger. Then it becomes really embedded in our cells. But for now, let's practice a STOP practice. It'll take about, let's say, 7 minutes. And I'd invite you to close your eyes. This is a little bit of a visualization practice, which is helpful to close your eyes for. And if you don't want to close your eyes, you want to keep them open, that's fine too. You can be mindful with your eyes open. And I'd invite you to just take 3 of the deepest, longest breaths you've taken yet today. Let's do that together. Those breaths are activating your parasympathetic nervous system, which is the rest and digest part of your autonomic nervous system. Now, sit up in a way that is maybe alert but relaxed. And now I'd like to have you bring to mind a recent experience that frustrated you, or maybe an experience that tends to get you to feel reactive. Some of you have teenagers, it'll be very easy for you. But take a moment to bring to mind a recent experience or a triggering instance that tends to be sort of like your trigger. Take a moment. I want you to sort of pick one. Don't pick the perfect one. You can practice this, stop practice with everything in the future, but just pick one that comes to mind and go to that. Just really visualize it. Maybe picture the parties involved, or where you're sitting or where you're standing when it tends to happen. The stronger the visualization, the more effective this practice. So when visualizing this situation, we're going to go through the 4-part STOP protocol. And the first thing that I would invite you to do if something that tends to trigger you happens is to stop. Like literally take a mental break from that stimulus. We often react to a stimulus. Now this is calling us to stop what we're doing and mentally press the pause button before we react, before we say something or do something. So you're mentally pressing the pause button with S, stop. And while we're doing all this, let's move on to the T in stop. Take a breath or take a few deep breaths. I do this when my teenager says something to me that's triggering. Just one deep breath makes a difference, but let's take 3 deep breaths together just to go through this protocol. Those breaths, as you're taking them, center you, they ground you. Maybe you can say to yourself, in on the in-breath and out on the out-breath. And you're not judging yourself for having shallow breaths, because if you're being triggered, you probably have shallow breaths. We're moving away from judgment, and we're just taking a few breaths. Now we've done the S, we've done the T, take a few breaths. Let's move to the O. This is the juicy part. This is the observing. We are observing O. Now in this stop protocol, notice with objectivity what's going on in your body right now. Like you're dropping into how this trigger is making you feel. Judging or analyzing, you're just thinking, are my shoulders tense? Does my stomach feel gripped with this typical trigger? For me, I think, does my face feel hot when my teenager is saying something triggering? It does feel hot, but I'm not judging it. I'm just noticing my bodily reactions. You're using your scientific hat, and you're, instead of judging or getting gripped by the emotion, you are collecting data on your body's reaction to a trigger. Do you feel irritation? Is your body contracted? Usually it's contracted when it's a trigger. Or does it feel tight? Does it feel numb? Does it feel like nothing? You're not judging, you're simply noticing. You're sort of creating and carving out a space between stimulus and response. And you're doing so with as much openness and curiosity as possible. You are a scientific observer. You are using your observing mind of your experience. So we've done the S, stop. We've done the T, take a breath. We've spent a little time in O, observe. And then we'll move to the final P. It's a combination of plan and proceed. So now that you've taken a little bit of moment in this stop protocol to observe your body's reaction, that invariably actually deactivates the amygdala. So with proceed, the P in stop, with that deactivated amygdala, you can think to yourself, now that I've carved out a little bit of space between stimulus and my upcoming response, what is the most important thing for me right now? What is the most skillful way to react? And maybe instead of barking back an insult to my teenage daughter, which is what sometimes I've done if I haven't used the stop protocol, I'll think to myself, with this one, I'm going to proceed by saying to her, I need half an hour to talk to you. I'll see you in half an hour. I'm going to go take a break. So the most skillful thing might be carving out more time. Maybe the skillful thing for you in your particular visualization is to smile and be silent, let the person or whatever is happening continue without you getting jerked around. Whatever it is with your visualization, you are actually paying attention on purpose in the present moment with how you will react more skillfully than reactively. And now that we've done the S, the stop, the T, which is take a breath or two, the O, observe, the P, the planning and the proceeding on how to react more skillfully. We can open our eyes if we were doing this as a classic meditation. Just reorient yourself to the room around you and the screen. And I would suggest, in fact, I would highly suggest that the best time to practice this stop practice is actually as a mindfulness meditation, using a visualization, picking a common trigger, and going through the protocol in your mind to maybe take 1 minute a day to go through a common trigger for yourself. Because the last moment in which the stop practice is going to come to your mind is in the moment when you're triggered, unless you have practiced it beforehand to create that muscle memory of your mind. Sort of like athletes practice, they practice every day for the race where they don't have to think anymore, their body just takes over. What you're doing when you're practicing the stop protocol with a common trigger is you're training for when it does happen. So then your mind can default to the stop as opposed to everything going out the window when your amygdala gets hijacked, which is what is so often the case. So treat it as an experiment. I used to practice the stop protocol when my teenager was at home before she went to college. And I would go through certain things, her putting the dishes away. I'd practice it going through in my mind, maybe 2 or 3 minutes a morning. And after a while, instead of me reacting to her not putting them away or saying something rude related to putting them away, I would stop, take a breath, notice my face getting hot, and then plan, proceed. Okay, Maddie, I'm going to take a break from responding to you. Give me 5 minutes. And that my going through the whole stop protocol would take probably about a second. Like it would be very quickly going through my mind because I had practiced it enough beforehand. And I've heard from many EPA colleagues and other people that I train. I train mindfulness meditation with folks in hospice at the University of Pennsylvania, as well as the cadre of volunteers in hospice. I've been told that this stop protocol, when practiced and when used, creates a really nice buffer between the stimulus and the response. Whereas if you don't practice, the stimulus can happen and react immediately and unskillfully. But if you practice using the stop, you start creating a larger buffer and you become much more skillful in your reaction. So it's 8:39. Jason, thanks for advancing the slides. And I'll stop here and perhaps we have some time for any questions if people have them.
So folks, if you want to add questions for Lena in the chat or in the question box, we're glad to field them today.
Or comments, it doesn't have to be a question.
Lena, I had a question, which is how does one learn what is a skillful thought pattern?
It's all through practice. There are different types of mindfulness meditations, and using all different ones is, in my opinion, the best way to go. A classic one is breathing, focusing on your breath. So for 10 minutes, surprisingly, it's hard to focus on your breath without your mind wandering. It sounds easy, but it's not. So for 10 minutes every morning, I focus on my breath or focus on some other anchor, we call it in mindfulness. And the moment your mind wanders, you note what it went to, worry or planning or rumination or judgment. So you're putting a little post-it note, a little mental note on that characterization of that type of mind wandering. You bring it back to the breath. So what you're practicing there for 10 minutes, what I'm practicing in that type of meditation is focused awareness. It helps me become a very, very good monotasker because we all know that multitasking, there is no such thing as multitasking. Your brain isn't ever able to do two things at once. It's actually, you're actually doing what's called task switching constantly, and that actually ends up having at the end of the day something called switch cost, which is mentally drained, feeling terrible. So with the type of meditation I just mentioned, I'm practicing focusing my attention on one important thing, but I'm also then, every time my mind wanders, noticing that pattern. At the end of my meditation, I note to myself, okay, this morning has been a day of mind wandering towards rumination about X. And then after maybe a week of noticing rumination about that particular thing, trying another type of practice to sort of shift the awareness to something positive. So there's so many different ways to approach it, so many books that help with that. But the first way to start addressing an issue, such as unskillful mind wandering, is awareness of the issue. And many of us who don't practice mindful meditation don't even know we have a thought pattern to begin with that's not helping us. Does that make sense, Jason?
Yes, that's helpful. Thank you, Lena. I do have a couple other questions from audience members. The first is thank you for your presentation, and how would you suggest getting more information? And related to that, the second question is, do you recommend any particular classes or videos to learn more?
Well, the gentleman, the doctor I just mentioned, John Kabat-Zinn, Jon, and then Kabat, and then dash Zinn. He's sort of like he wasn't the founder of mindfulness. I mean, that happened 2,600 years ago in spiritual traditions in the East, but he's the one who practiced Zen Buddhism as an American Jewish man, and was interested in the combination of that plus neuroscience, and did all the empirical research to bring it to the West, to more skeptical Western audiences. So I would suggest, I think one of his books is called Full Catastrophe Living, which is, I think, interesting. A book that is less common here in the US that I've recommended to several colleagues at the EPA that they seem to really like is the UK Parliament has a very active mindfulness program, and it was created by or supported by Danny Williams. Let me just check on that name for you. Danny Williams, mindfulness. Let's move away from Danny Williams because that's maybe a little bit more advanced. And I will say that a very basic book that I just read, I like reading all the different types of books for accessing mindfulness at different stages, is by a woman named Dawn Maurizio, M-A-U-R-I-Z-O, and her first name is Dawn, D-A-W-N. She's one of the newest mindfulness coaches on the Dan Harris's 10% Happier app. He's a newscaster who has sort of introduced mindfulness to a lot of skeptics, and he has a lot of fantastic people on his podcast and his app. And Dawn Maurizio just wrote an introductory mindfulness book that I think is really lovely and really accessible for newbies.
Thank you, Lena. Let's see, I thought I had one other question. Let me just check real quick. I think that's the only questions we have right now. Let's see. Yes, that's the only questions we have right now. Yes, thank you so much. I think this has been very helpful for all of us. I really appreciate your time today and your presentation.
I appreciate being here. It's, again, like I said earlier, I appreciate people doing the important work that's being done to redevelop brownfields and different sites, and the complexities with the laws and all the things that I know you all have to deal with. I worked in Superfund for many years, and Brownfields was right next door in the offices next to me. So a lot of my good friends are in that field. I see Tish Corbett is here. So good luck with doing all the good that you do. And maybe when there's something that you tend to be triggered by, or you're noticing sort of an unskillful reaction, you can at least remember how just taking 1 or 2 deep cleansing breaths doesn't just make you feel relaxed, but the fact that you are deactivating your amygdala by taking those breaths intentionally is a sort of powerful knowledge for people in the sciences like yourselves. And when you slightly lengthen the exhale, you're actually deactivating the amygdala a little quicker. So go forth and conquer. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks again, Lena. Appreciate it.
Have a good day. Have a great conference.
Thank you. Okay, folks, we have a break now. Just remember to come back at 9 o'clock for our next session. So we'll go on to break now. Thank you. Welcome to Day 2 of Maryland's Inaugural Statewide Brownfield Conference toward Beneficial Reuse, hosted by the Maryland Department of Planning in collaboration with the Maryland Department of the Environment. My name is Jason Dubo. I'm the Manager of Resource Conservation and Management at the Maryland Department of Planning. We're very happy to welcome everyone here today. And again, we'd like to extend our thanks to our advisory committee and all of our presenters who helped to make this conference possible. So I want to go through a couple housekeeping items before we start our first session today. First thing I want to note is that what I mentioned yesterday, if you haven't already known, the Brownfield Coalition of the Northeast, or BCON for short, they were offering free membership to all government, nonprofit, and academic participants. And that membership gets you access to additional brownfield information from the region. So thank you for that. We're very happy. Sue Boyle, who is president of the BCON, is in attendance today, and she'll add the BCON website to the chat for us. We're recording this webinar, posted on our webpage under the Brownfield Conference page, and we encourage you to visit that to get additional brownfield assistance information, including how to connect to MDE and EPA and Maryland Commerce and other agencies that are really part of the network of brownfield assistance that we're liaison to. The views expressed by speakers in the webinar and the conference are those of the speakers and not necessarily of Maryland Department of Planning or the state of Maryland. A reminder to folks who are AICP certified, we're working on securing CM credits for some of the conference sessions from the American Planning Association. We will post additional information to our webpage about that and send out an email notification after the conference. So I'm going to proceed to our first presentation. Just so you know, we did have a switch in the session's order. So we're actually starting our first session with the Solar on Brownfields panel. That includes Hillel Halberstam, Managing Member of Synergen Solar, Susan Minimire, Vice President of Technology at Chesapeake Conservancy, and Garrett Greenlee, Director of Engineering and Renewable Energy at Element Consulting Services, LLC, and Solar Amore. So now I'm going to hand over the presentation to Hillel to start.
Good morning, John. This is Hillel. Can everyone see my screen?
I can see your screen. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you, John. Thank you everyone for attending this morning. My name is Hillel Halberstam, as John said, Managing Member of Synergen Solar. We are a national solar development firm based out of Baltimore County that develops community solar and utility scale projects nationwide. The project that I'm going to talk about today is a project that's located in Prince George's County, Maryland. It was kind of our flagship project that we developed in the state of Maryland community solar program. But since then, we've also developed, I know there's a couple of EPA folks at the conference. We're actually breaking ground on another Superfund site up in northern Maine, the former Loring Air Force Base, similar size project to this one, as well as another one on a closed landfill in the city of Caribou in Maine, as well as other states as well. So other solar developers, tend to a lot of times tend to gravitate towards a cheaper farmland. We like to develop solar projects specifically on brownfields or closed landfills, just because, even though they're a little more expensive, we feel that they're a much better reuse for the property. So for this morning, you know, I thought maybe instead of doing like a slideshow, it might be a little more interesting if I showed like a kind of like a virtual site tour of the actual site. You know, we have like a drone video that we did of the site, and I thought it might be interesting to kind of get out there without actually getting out there, kind of change things up a little bit. So before I do that, actually, I just want to take a minute just to thank Sylvia and John and everyone at Department Planning for Zone MDE for arranging this conference. I think it's really been a great opportunity, and I've learned a lot yesterday just from watching everything. So let me pull up this video here. Can everyone see this the video now?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, great. So everyone, I guess fasten your seatbelts and prepare for takeoff because we're going to be going up high altitude here. This is this site is actually split into 2 arrays, and actually I'm going to pause there for 1 minute just to show over here. If you notice this street going along, this is Tucker Road in Fort Washington in Prince George's County, and this is the only road that actually the only main road that you can access the site from. There's a private road that behind here that you can use to access the site. So in terms of the siting for this project, you know, it's just one thing I wanted to highlight, that it's a pretty secluded site, not really visible because the way that the topography, as you'll see, works. There's a lot of very steep northern slope here behind where you can't really even see it from the road. In fact, we've been speaking with a church about 15 minutes away about another project, and I actually took them out to the site the other day, and they said they didn't even know that it was here. They're just 15 minutes away. So it's a pretty secluded site, which is one of the nice things about it. As you can see, there's 2 arrays here. There's a smaller array on the right and this bigger array on the left. There's a big open area here that we had to leave open because there is a WSSC storm drain easement that kind of runs down the property, and didn't want to encroach in that easement. So we left that area open. But this is a large, the total size of this project is about 6.6 megawatt. It's actually 4 co-located projects, and actually I'll pause there. When you can see in the background here, these are the switchgear and the pads. That there's 4 separate ones. Over this one's a little behind the bush, but because for the program purposes, we had to split them up into 4 smaller projects of about 1 or 1.5 to 2 megawatt each. That totals up to the 6.6 megawatt. Now, I'm going to take a minute just to talk about community solar for those of you out there that may not be familiar with what it is and how it's different than regular solar. You know, community solar is a program. It's actually right now a pilot program in Maryland, started back in 2017. This project actually got developed, one of the first projects in the program. It's actually the largest operational ground mount project in the program to date. And what the state of Maryland did was, you know, the Public Service Commission adopted a program as mandated by the state legislature to have the utility companies create a tariff where you can build a solar farm. Let's take this one. This one is in PEPCO service territory. So you can build a solar farm anywhere in PEPCO service territory, like this one right here, and you can sell the electricity directly to end user customers at a discount. So, you know, for someone who, let's say, can't put solar panels on their rooftop, you know, this is a good opportunity to be able to access solar without having to put the solar on their site. The way it works is, you know, the developer will sign people up for subscriptions for, you know, a portion of electricity, and then they'll give that list to the utility company, and the utility company every month, as the solar facility generates electricity, the utility company will allocate the value of that electricity among all the customers that signed up, and they'll get a credit on their bill for their portion of the electricity that got generated, and that will offset, that will reduce their electric bill every month. And then they'll turn around and pay a developer a discounted rate for the electricity, and they save, the savings, the difference is their savings, the money in their pocket. So, you know, it's a great program for customers. It allows them to access cheaper electricity from renewable energy source electricity. You know, it also, for projects like this, at least, it creates a great opportunity. It's kind of like a win-win for all the parties. It you know, brings in additional tax revenue for the county. It doesn't really put any additional strain on their resources. This particular project, we worked with both Park and Planning, the Maryland National Park and Planning Commission, as well as the Department of Permit Inspection Enforcement, you know, both to get any required stormwater permits, as well as there's also a tree conservation plan on this site. This entire area that we're looking at, where the solar panels are on, was actually under a tree conservation plan, but the trees never took, and the reason for that is because, you know, this particular site is a Class 3 fill site. It was basically like a C&D rubble fill, and I guess it was kind of hard for trees to grow in this area. So we work with the Park and Planning Commission to really relocate all the tree conservation, the woodland conservation easements on the area where the trees weren't really growing anyways, and we move them around to kind of like the perimeter. You can see, like over here, where there are kind of trees that are growing all around, all down here and down here, it just made more sense to have the conservation in those areas anyways, where the trees were, and it allowed us to then you know, take this portion of the property and put it towards this reuse. This entire fill site is, I would say, probably about 90 acres, and the portion that we use for this project is about 25 acres worth. And you can see here that access road I was talking about, there's Tucker Road back there. This is the private road that kind of runs along those four switchgear pads. You can kind of see the utility lines we put along that private access road that winds around towards Tucker Road there, where it meets Palmer Road. We didn't actually have to do that much grading for this project. All this area we kind of just rolled with the existing grade. And it's actually perfect orientation. It's due facing, you know, straight south, which is perfect for solar. Behind it, it's really high up. It's not really visible. There's the stormwater ponds down here on the bottom that collect any of the stormwater. You know, we put swales and everything to have the to direct the stormwater down to the stormwater ponds. So overall, you know, it's really it was really a great beneficial reuse for the property. It was kind of sitting here, you know, wasn't really doing anything for anyone. And in fact, we even worked together with there is a small like a homeowners association not too far away, that not really visible or anything from the site, but we actually work with them to partner with them on providing monitoring services because, you know, they were complaining beforehand that the fill site was just lying there vacant, and people are coming for joyrides and hunting, and So this kind of helps stabilize the property for the neighborhood as well, because, you know, obviously it kind of limited the access now to what people can do. There's a fence around this entire portion of the fill site, and then we also stabilized the rest of the site as well to limit access, and then work together with the homeowner association to who are, you know, living right nearby anyways, to kind of alert us when there is any activity on the site. So overall, you know, it was really a great redevelopment for this site, both from the county perspective and the community perspective, and, you know, all the utility customers in Pepco service territory. And, you know, with that, I think that pretty much ends my presentation. So I'll turn it back over to John now for the next presenter.
Thank you, Hillel. It's great. And thanks everybody for starting to add questions. We really appreciate that. If you can add additional questions, that'd be great. Next, we'll have field questions at the very end of all three presentations today. So next, our presenter is Susan Minimire, Vice President of Technology, Chesapeake Conservancy. And Susan, I will go ahead and make you the presenter now. Thank you, Susan. We can see your screen.
Thank you. I'll unmute myself now. Thank you for including me in this conference. I'm Susan Minimire. I'm the Vice President of Technology at the Chesapeake Conservancy's Conservation Innovation Center. That's our GIS and data science group. We produce high-resolution land use and land cover data that's used by the Chesapeake Bay program in the CAST model. And we wanted to apply this high-resolution data for analysis of opportunities for optimal solar siting, which includes solar on brownfield sites and other contaminated lands. So the principles of carrying out this work were that first, solar energy development is critical to meeting climate goals. So we wanted to ensure we could identify enough sites, an abundance of sites to meet Maryland's renewable energy goals. Optimal siting can also maximize the benefits of solar and reduce potential trade-offs as land is developed. It's important to also ensure equity in solar energy benefits. And with respect to that, we looked at opportunities in IRS opportunity zones and other areas where providing equitable access could be beneficial. And then also policies and incentives are going to be required to guide solar development to preferred sites. And as I mentioned, a key question that we had were whether optimal sites would be enough to meet renewable energy goals. So in terms of definitions, we defined optimal sites as either being in the already built environment, including residential and commercial rooftops or parking canopies, or on already degraded lands, which includes brownfields, but also underutilized land, stalled development sites, or other sites that for various reasons were not currently in productive use. So as most of you know, Maryland has a renewable portfolio standard goal to source 50% of electricity from renewable sources by 2030, with a 14.5% carve out for solar energy. And this is going to require a rapid increase in the amount of solar capacity across the state. We've done two detailed local studies, one for Baltimore County and City and a second for St. Mary's County, and also presented to the Governor's Task Force on Renewable Energy Development and Siting last year. So in terms of land use conflicts, there are many land use conflicts that have gained attention and concern regarding solar energy development. A key concern is that solar development can compete with other desirable land uses. For example, prime farmland is often a target because farmland usually offers the lowest cost development opportunities, and this can displace lands that are most suitable for agriculture. Or if on environmentally sensitive land, we could lose lands that are important for wildlife and for climate mitigation. Meanwhile, solar in the built environment is very compatible with existing land uses. It enhances the value of commercial and residential property uses, and also solar parking canopies where they're feasible provide many benefits as well. In reclaiming degraded land for solar energy, it's an opportunity to put these degraded lands back into productive use. Developing these sites does not generally compete with other land uses, or solar can be part of redevelopment of brownfield sites. And some of the sites that are most attractive for solar are capped landfill sites. And then we also considered sites that are adjacent to public facilities such as wastewater treatment plants. These may not be brownfield sites, but they are held from further development as part of the properties, and therefore present an opportunity to offset the energy use of these facilities. Oh. Sorry, I apologize. I wasn't advancing my slides. Okay, so overall, our results for Baltimore County and City, we found over 1,100 acres of degraded sites with a capacity of up to 225 megawatts. So it was a significant portion of the mix, but it wasn't, in and alone enough to meet renewable energy goals. So degraded lands are a very important part of the mix of optimal solar siting, but in and of themselves are not likely to be sufficient. And then also with regards to the total amount of land that will be developed, required for solar energy, the Governor's Task Force estimated anywhere from 7,750 acres of land across the state up to 33,000 acres. And, where the state falls in this range depends a lot on these incentives and policies to develop solar in preferred locations. So the more energy that goes, the more energy development that goes into the built environment, or wherever we can use degraded sites, this will reduce the amount of farmland that may be required to meet the state's goals. So in carrying out the study, we looked at the data from Maryland's Land Restoration Program. I saw the presentation yesterday on their website. Looking at this data, we did focus studies for individual counties, but across the state, just in examining the data, I could identify 94 different landfill and waste sites that are part of the sites tracked by this program, and almost 4,000 acres of land. So in terms of whether these sites are suitable for solar, important considerations are the size of the site. There's a very large variation. So landfills that were closed in the more recent era and capped in modern ways are obviously going to make better sites. And then also the largest sites to maximize solar, or in terms of attractiveness of brownfield sites, the ones that are the largest or of the most interest that have the potential for utility scale solar. So there's also much higher concentrations of these sites in the older urban areas of the state. This map is showing the pink areas are the determination sites in the land LRP data. And you can see the large concentration of these in Baltimore and northern Anne Arundel County. And these offer opportunities both to develop rooftop solar, as some of these sites are redeveloped, but also some locations may be more suitable for ground-mounted solar. And some of that may depend on the level of contamination on the site and what types of use are permitted, and other factors such as proximity to urban areas. So I'm going to go through a few examples of, across the state or the region for development of solar on brownfield sites. The Annapolis Solar Park is located in Anne Arundel County, and it's the largest closed landfill project in North America at over 80 acres with 18 megawatts of production. So this is truly a large utility scale solar project entirely developed on a landfill site. And another interesting opportunity is the use of land that has been dedicated to coal-fired power plants and electricity production and the transition over to renewable energy. So in looking some into this issue, identified, so Talon Energy has developed many of their sites in Pennsylvania, or the development is underway to take land that had been part of the coal-fired power plant properties or the coal ash basins, which have contamination problems that would preclude other types of development. And this is just information I gathered from their website. They show plans of, so there's a number of utility scale solar developments happening at these power plant sites in Pennsylvania. And there's also battery storage facilities. Wagner and Brandon Shores in Maryland are listed here. And you will also see in the Maryland LRP data a number of sites in the area around these power plants related to coal ash contamination, making them brownfield sites. So in terms of commercial rooftop solar, I just zoomed into Baltimore with some of the sites that have been redeveloped as warehouse facilities in close proximity to the port. So if you take a closer look at this, how these sites have been developed, this is just from Google Maps. You can see that a lot of these large warehouse facilities, these two are Amazon buildings, have extensive solar arrays on their roof. But you see many other new buildings as well that do not have solar. And I wanted to point out that especially with the scale of these developments, that it's a great opportunity to incorporate solar energy into the redevelopment of new sites. I think we're rapidly transitioning from where solar is a niche opportunity for sustainability into something where we're going to be considering how every new structure in the future can require less energy resources or be an energy producer. So I'll conclude there. In terms of the overall recommendations from our study, degraded lands can offer a significant contribution to optimal solar siting, especially in parts of the state where there are many of these sites. You know, scale is a major component of making these sites attractive. And some of these sites, of course, are landfills, which are located in every community and county across the state. And then also the coal energy transition to renewables is going to be it's an ongoing, very interesting example of taking sites that had been a source of a lot of air quality pollution or other environmental concerns and transitioning them to clean energy. The incentives and policies are very important in the success of these. So in working with local counties, really the assessment of individual brownfield sites may need to be done at the local level, but there's so much that the state can do and has started to do in terms of paving the way for solar redevelopment, such as reducing the costs associated with brownfield redevelopment for solar projects. And showing leadership in this sector is really important to ensuring uptake in this approach and minimizing the land use trade-offs that are associated with the state meeting our renewable energy goals. So I'll pause there. Thank you very much for your attention today, and thanks again for including me in this conference.
Thanks so much, Susan. Excellent presentation. we are gathering more questions, and folks, please add more to the questions panel section of the control panel. And next presenter is Garrett Greenlee. And Garrett, I'm going to go ahead and switch the presentation over to you. Okay, we can see your presentation now. Thank you.
Okay. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you too.
Super. Super. Now I'm not familiar with the format. Were we going to answer any questions from Susan's presentation, or do you want me to just go ahead and get started here?
Yeah, we'll ask. We'll have questions at the end around quarter of for all three presentations. So you can proceed.
Okay, super. All right. Well, thank you for having me. My name is Garrett Greenlee. I'm the Director of Engineering and Renewable Energy for Element Consultants. I'm also one of the founding members of Solar More, a solar development company. And we're working closely with Phoenix Real Estate and the Element family of businesses operating here in Maryland on a project called Carville Hall. Carville Hall is has a Brownfield designation, and we went through a pretty extensive process. I've been working on this for about a year, and I think it was a great presentation to follow up Susan's presentation. Excellent, by the way. Thank you for that, Susan. But it's really a practical application of exactly what she was talking about in terms of identifying brownfields on the realization and looking for ways to incorporate solar power really from the start and build the project around that type of utilization. So let me get into it. And our development company, Solar More, we only look at brownfield and landfill sites. We have a firm belief that utilizing arable farmland is not practical, and taking it away from use from farmers is probably not the best thing for the community. And we believe that private industry, when working with federal agencies and state and local together with private industry, is really the best way to go. We have excellent resources here in Maryland. Maryland is a great state for solar. I've worked on solar in multiple states, and Maryland is one of the better with many of the programs they have. But it takes some time to discover the programs and get everybody working in the same vein to ensure success of the project. Maryland Department of the Environment has been very helpful, and Maryland Department of Planning as well, especially uncovering some of the history of the brownfield sites. In my experience, when people say brownfield, many times the initial reaction is something of fear of the unknown, liability. Are we going to get into a situation that is going to cause us headaches years down the road? And some of those are justified, and knowing the history of the site is key. And I'll be honest, when we started with this program, the city of Crisfield, while they were very willing to help us, they weren't able to provide us with a lot of historical information that was easily available. So until we got working with Maryland Department of Planning and MDE as well, they really pointed us in the right direction to find a lot of the historical data that we needed to ease our minds about what we're getting into with this brownfield site. And we'll talk about that in a minute. With all the different pieces, especially on the federal side, from a developer standpoint, when we're crunching our numbers, we're really looking at investment tax credits, the SREC market here in Maryland, the solar renewable energy credits, is many times overlooked. that's a considerable source of revenue for us as a development company. Right now, currently, Maryland SRECs trade $75 to $82 per SREC. And a lot of people don't realize that the revenue from that, if those stay in that same range, you can provide annual revenue from your SREC trading almost as much as from the power generation itself. So Susan had gone through the very aggressive RPS, the Renewable Portfolio Standard that Maryland has set in place, and it is one of the most aggressive in the country. So meeting that demand is going to be challenging, but projects like these, even though this is a smaller scale, we're talking about a 1 megawatt array here. If you break this down into pieces, we'll have a good chance of at least getting close to those goals. The last thing I will mention from a developer standpoint, there's a modified accelerated cost recovery system, MACRS. It's an accelerated depreciation that developers like us, when we're really looking at our ROI and we're looking at the overall revenue generated, that has a considerable impact and can have a considerable impact as well. So you really need to look at the whole picture: investment tax credits, SREC, power generation revenue, and then the depreciation that you're able to take for a solar system. Instead of having that depreciated out over 5 years, you can bring that down and take that depreciation first year on the entire system, including the land. So it's substantial. In Maryland right now, a properly run solar program, especially when you combine the less expensive, typically, option of going to a brownfield type of land. The land cost is much reduced. You can look at a 5 to 7 year return on investment, legitimate. So that's something that we want to incorporate into any of the programs that we plan on expanding to here in Maryland. So just briefly, SIA has a lot of great information for Maryland. So 17th in the entire nation for Maryland. And the solar industry has invested $3 billion in Maryland, 230 of it just last year in 2021. Now there is a bit of a decline in solar installations in the state, and there's I believe from a developer standpoint a little bit of a reasoning behind that, and it has to do with the cap on the SREC program. It's probably that's a whole conversation, that's a whole presentation in and of itself. But there is some brand new legislation that is increasing that cap, and I think it's going to help. It's a temporary cap. So as an organization, I think we need an effective lobby to ensure that the legislatures understand the impact from a development standpoint that cap does have on planning future projects. So Susan, if you're listening, I'd love to have a chat with you about this offline. But the trend, I believe, is increasing, and small projects like Parcel Hall that we're talking about here now is something that I think can definitely help move that needle forward. So history. This is part of what we discovered from a level 1 ESA assessment that we were directed to it by MDE. Really helpful, 800 pages. Someone put a lot of time, money, and effort into publishing this data, and we discovered how the Brownfield designation came into place, and a lot of history of the building. Parcel Hall is an iconic structure, known all throughout the area as a major employer, a major production area for the world famous Parcel Hall steak knife. It's a patented steak knife that was invented in 1946, and the plant itself has gone through many iterations, but it was named Parcel Hall in 1965, and they had a successful run for over 20 years. In 1981, they did get cited for some leakage of chromium improperly stored, as it was back in the days, many occasions. But they've done a good job to operate in full compliance, and the ground contamination from the leaking chromium drums, they've done a pretty good job of understanding what the contamination was and helping to mitigate that. So there was a Brownfield assessment done in 2011, prepared by the Maryland Department of the Environment, which resulted in a Phase 1 environmental site assessment, an ESA, in 2016. This is that 800-page document that I told you about, highly detailed. Like I said, a lot of time and money and effort spent preparing it, and it took us a while to find it, to be honest. MDE was very helpful in pointing us in the right direction, but without that, the project really could have been extended much longer. We had engaged our own environmental engineer, John Hines and Associates, a great local environmental engineer, and it would have taken them quite a bit of time to prepare anything like this. So having this historical data was really key to moving the project forward. The 2016 report was followed by Phase 2 in 2017, and that was prepared by Welch Inc. And they did an excellent job of, with the Phase 2, you really get into the recommendations based on the Phase 1 information. In a nutshell, we have a retention pond that they still have some concerns about. They recommended fencing the pond and putting in a duct screen to keep ducks from flying in and out. But there was chromium abatement done in 2014 successfully, and it appears to have slowed and really mitigated the damage from the chromium contamination. So we're going to obviously follow their guidelines, but we're going to take that one step further. I'll talk a little bit about some of our remediation strategies that we have planned. We did take a groundwater analysis. Inside the building, some pump had failed, so in a crawl space of considerable amount of groundwater that had been sitting, and talking with our environmental engineer, said, well, if we're going to be worried about chromium or heavy metal contamination, this is where it would be. So we did a detailed analysis here just earlier this year, and it came back clean. So that was essentially the marker that said, okay, let's move this project forward and keep going. Acquisition of the site, we've been working on this for over a year. We submitted an RFP, responded to the city of Crisfield, and submitted a request for proposal. We proposed as a use, the building itself is 73,000 square foot, 1950s vintage construction, so heavy structural steel, 36-inch slabs. Just they don't build buildings like this anymore. So very good structure, very good foundation. And we proposed a advanced technology indoor cultivation facility. Our Element family of businesses, we have a medical marijuana MMCC licensed processing facility that we're finishing construction right now in Princess Anne. And we had also made an application for a cultivation facility through the state's licensing system. That's still pending. And we had told the city that, we'll do this cultivation cultivation facility construction as soon as we were granted the license. But as it is with many things, we don't have a firm date, and dealing with this date, especially in the cannabis industry, not a lot of guarantees, not a lot of firm set dates. But when we got the environmental assessment back and got a good sense that this was a great opportunity for this project, we decided to move the project forward while that cultivation license is still pending. And what we are doing now is we're going to start cultivating hemp in this facility. Luckily, it's almost an identical build out. The hemp cannabis plant grow very, very similar. So the lighting systems, the fertigation systems, all the electrical upgrades is nearly an identical design. So the hemp designation, and hemp is federally legal, legalized through the 2018 Farm Bill. And we could be growing soybeans in this facility, but it allows us to start the process and really start bring economic development to Somerset County, which was our primary goal in this project. Get some jobs, get some tax revenue, and we can start now with him. Our contract has been approved by City Council legal, and we are pending execution signatures, or may have even happened yet today. One of the things that is being highlighted within the building is we're going to be debuting a brand new patented lighting system from Canatech Solutions. It's an LED lighted system that uses a duct mover that moves the lights across the canopy, but it also removes 90% of the heat from the room. And that's something with indoor facilities that really opponents point toward, and rightfully so. Indoor facilities use a lot of energy, from heating and cooling applications for the lights, because the lights generate so much heat, to just the lights themselves using energy. So we really want to reduce the carbon footprint. We want a highly efficient system, and this Canatech Solutions application, again, patented technology. This will be the first application in the entire country, but it will effectively reduce the electrical consumption of this facility by 50%. So when you're talking about that reduction of energy use, it really allows you to start looking at solar as a good option to even further make the building more green. So if it was a normal lighting system, you'd be looking at 3 to 5 megawatt of power generated from a solar system to even begin to take the load off this building. With this Canatech Solutions, we can get down into the 1 to 2 megawatt range to take the majority of the load off, and that's what the plan is. We're going to put on a 1 megawatt system. Something that Susan mentioned that we plan to take advantage of is this roof mount as well as ground mount. But we will utilize these LED light movers to get the energy reduction, and by adding this 1 megawatt solar array, this will effectively have the smallest carbon footprint of any indoor grow in the United States. So we plan to shine this light favorably on Somerset County and Maryland in general. And I'm a firm believer of being able to utilize greenhouse and the sun to grow cannabis and hemp. However, when you're talking about doing research, as we plan to do with hemp and with the cannabis plant, you really have to control the environment. Mother Nature, we've dealt with many farmers have had, various degrees of success. You can't control it. One of our farms that we worked with this year had a tornado touchdown a couple weeks from harvest and did quite a bit of damage. Too much rain, pests. It's not a controlled environment that you can get duplicatable results year in, year out. And you're also constrained to one harvest per year, and it's the sun. So in this facility, we can literally harvest every single week because we control the spectrum, we control the light cycle, and you can do the iterative process of collecting data in a much faster, accelerated way, literally 50 times faster than doing it and relying on the environment and outdoors. So we can really put together some good research, and our goal is to work with the local farmers, and we're going to fast track this, and we're going to have genetic material that we stabilize these genetics, which is greatly needed in the hemp industry, and we're going to provide small stabilized starts, clones essentially, to our farmers here locally, and give them some stable genetics that they can put out for their crops next year. Always looking to use the site and reutilize the site for as many options as possible. And something that is highlighted in the HR 5376 Act, Build Back Better legislation being signed into law, are both high-speed internet, so 5-tower expansions, and also EV charging stations. Excellent grant dollars out there, and probably more to come as the legislation becomes enacted. But both of these can be solar powered, and anytime you have a solar powered array, especially for 5G. 5G is very high power usage, but low transmission distance. You need a tower every 1,500 meters to get effective coverage. So on this 24-acre plot, which is inclusive of Carville Hall, the 73,000 square foot building, we could have 4 to 5 of these towers. Yes.
Garrett, we probably should wrap up in a couple minutes, and so we have a little time for Q&A. Thank you.
Okay, super. So the partnerships, I'll let you look through the list, but you need all people working together to really have an effective, successful project. And everybody listed on this list has been very instrumental in helping us move this ball forward, and we thank them very much. The remediation that we plan is a proprietary remediation that we developed that utilizes biochar, which works very effectively on heavy metals. And we combine that with phytoremediation, which is planting the right plants to help clean up the soil. And for Maryland, there's a varietal of buffalo switchgrass that we plan to use to combine with the biochar, help the heavy metal remediation clean up the groundwater even more. Benefits are kind of obvious. The job creation, over 50 jobs fully realized, land reutilization, the tax revenue. This will be about a $12 million project to fully implement. And tax revenue, once we get our cannabis cultivation license, will be about $2.5 million a year. Combined with the green energy and the community solar program, which we really like in Maryland, we're planning to use here if we can get the megawatt available. And then the hemp research in collaboration with the local universities. We even plan to do a hemp fiber processing hub in this facility. We did a walkthrough last night as one of the part of the tour for the Brownfield convention. Very well attended. We had 97 people attend our walkthrough. The tour that we did continued to a networking event down at the Tallest Museum. Nearly everybody showed up, and we had great networking. A lot of people made some really good connections, and we plan to release the RFP for construction December 1st, first week in December. And then we'll start the internal cleanup and demo first quarter and get some plants under lights late January, early February, so we can get some biomass out to farmers. We've got some great press from the event. I'm going to try to play this real quick. Let me see if this is going to work. You won't be able to hear the sound. I'll talk over her, and you have the closed caption. So we had actually three news stations there covering the event, and they were there, a couple of them, for hours gathering background information. They were able to really do a deep dive and get a lot of the talking points that we used really in this presentation, and I thought they did a really good job. I'll be happy to provide links to some of these news stories, because I think it really highlights working with Brownfield. Senator Carozza has been very, very supportive. This is in her district, and she's able to really help us with some of the lobbying efforts we need to work with everyone from politicians to discovering grant opportunities to help move the project forward. So getting your politicians involved, highly recommended. Chamber of Commerce. Again, this gets back to the very first slide of the presentation. This is can be a complex puzzle, but it's something that we really need all the support of people like this slide just showed, of local support of the community. Bring everybody together, and don't try to do it by yourself. Our CEO, Nkechi, woman, did a great job letting people know how and why we selected Somerset County as our base of operations. Cannatech Solutions is the the driver behind the energy efficiency and the ability to have really solar even be an effective option and not just be a small piece of the overall energy consumption. So again, very well attended. We were thrilled with the turnout, nearly 100 people across politicians, local community activists, people interested. Hemp farmers were there in great numbers. They're really very supportive. They want this hemp research. That's Nkechi Womi. She's our CEO, and talking about the economic development that we want to bring. She was very specific where she wanted to locate our basis of operations. From the site at Carvel Hall, we feel it's perfectly suited for what we're trying to do in achieving our goals. So with that, I'm going to end my presentation, and I really appreciate the attention, and I really appreciate MDE and MDP helping point us in the right direction and all the information that they've helped us discover. It's really the reason that we've moved this project forward and will continue to advance. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Garrett. Appreciate it. That's great. I'm so glad that you had great attendance at the, sorry, I'm trying to make my slide look large here. They had great attendance at the tour yesterday. Hope some of the folks today were either at that tour or some of the other tours that we had yesterday afternoon. So we have our break would start at 10, and we have a very short break from 10 to 10:05. Our next session starts at 10:05. Folks I'm going to do some Q&A now, and but folks are welcome to stay on through 10:05. I can ask some additional questions during the break, but you're welcome, of course, to take a break before our next session begins at 10:05. But I want to return back to Hillel, Susan, and Garrett. We have several questions in the Q&A that I'd like to ask for you. And my first question is related to community solar, Hillel. And that question is from Samuel Stevenson. He asks, for community solar, do you need commitments from electrical users before building a solar project, or do you expect those users will be there once you build it?
That's a good question. We don't need a commitment beforehand because community solar, especially in Maryland, is a very strong residential market. So we don't really we're and not all developers take this view, but there's enough developers out there that have the view that we'll be able to find subscribers that are willing to sign up. I mean, our project that we didn't have any subscribers when we were going through all the permitting. Typically, subscribers are start to get the marketing whole effort starts right around when you get all your permit approvals, for and during construction of the project. You don't want to start signing people up before you know that you have a viable project, but you also don't want to wait till the project is fully built to first start signing people up. So yeah, typically they're not really signed up beforehand, but they're typically signed up during the end of the development phase, beginning of construction, and then throughout the construction phase.
Thank you, Hillel. I have a couple of next questions relate to stormwater management and sediment erosion control. So really, this is for all three presenters. I mean, how can you handle excessive erosion on the, due to steep slopes, for example, or any kind of stormwater management aspects of solar redevelopment projects on a brownfield? And the regulations that say, was the site considered vegetated site, being converted into largely impervious or paved site? Can you all talk about your experience related to those types of issues for solar type projects?
Yeah, so the way we handle stormwater management for this project, and we were lucky that, you know, it was relatively flat. I believe the MDE's guidance is that if it's, you know, I think above 10%, you know, then, you know, you have more rigorous stormwater runoff that guidance that you need to comply with. But, you know, if you're below between 5 and 10%, then you know, could just put in level spreaders or something to kind of direct the runoff. And, you know, we had those existing stormwater ponds anyways on site at the bottom of the site. So it was kind of like a, you know, really good topography for the stormwater as well. The stormwater was already kind of running down, you know, the slope into the stormwater ponds to begin with, and the panels didn't really contribute that much more additional runoff because, you know, it was relatively flat, and, you know, we just put in level spreaders wherever it was to kind of direct the water towards the ponds.
One thing that I might add, I encourage everyone to do a little research for the area. There are some really good plant ground cover that can help with runoff. There's full varieties of switchgrass that can help in remediation efforts. It is long term. It can take, you know, 5 to 6 growing seasons. But you specifically select the plant cover to the type of remediation, heavy metal, any type of remediation that you're doing. You really do a 1-2 punch. The only thing that I will caution on some of these, buffalo grass does have a little height to it, so you need to get your solar panels and watch your angles to ensure that you don't get shading if you're not able to have it maintained quite a bit. But usually the plants that are a little bit taller provide even a quicker remediation because you have more biomass.
I'd like to just add too, you know, there's also an opportunity to, like, for a dual use with solar panels, you know, establishing pollinator habitat or the like are also very compatible with the Bay program's water restoration goals. So it may take, you know, some additional site preparation, but, you know, I think we've all seen some solar development sites where the land is compacted and there's not a lot of vegetation growing, but with some attention to the soils and planting native seed mixes, you can really get some nice beneficial reuse in addition to the presence of the solar panels, or that can help mitigate the impervious surface by having like healthy vegetation and building up carbon in the soil, as well as reducing energy related GHG emissions.
And one thing I'll add to that, from an engineering standpoint, by having the ground cover, you can have anywhere from a 5 to 15% increase in both life of the panel and efficiency, because it keeps the temperature from building up. I've seen solar panels that have, you know, blacktop underneath them, and just the heat buildup underneath the panel can really derate your panels. And having the cooling effect of the ground cover, it can be substantial over the life of the panels. It really can.
Thank you all. I think we have time for one more question. We have a lot of questions in, so I'm trying to choose a good one. I think one question, I like this one, is do you have strategies that you would recommend for finding brownfield or landfill sites to partner on for putting solar on? I mean, obviously, Susan, your methodology is very powerful, but we're also curious for all three of you, just what has worked for you for finding sites to make this happen?
Yeah, you know, I'll say overall for us, you know, working directly with counties has been very important, but, you know, also some of these statewide resources like the LRP data and Also DG Plus, which has a large collection of data associated with solar energy development that the state helped make available, are really valuable. But in terms of the suitability of sites, we did see some variation in terms of like the different counties that we're working with. So, you know, in most cases, the counties are really interested in encouraging development on these preferred sites, but may not have the technical expertise in terms of the planning process. So our last presenter who talked about the different Maryland state agencies that could assist with that would be really valuable as well.
Thank you. And I actually have to pause you all there. That's the end of our break time, and we have to move on to our next session. Again, really appreciate your excellent presentations, Hillel, Susan, and Garrett. And so now we're going to transition over to our session 2, which is our site closure walkthrough session. This session includes Barbara Brown, who's a voluntary cleanup program section head at Maryland Department of the Environment, Brian Dietz, chief of the State Assessment and Remediation Division at Maryland Department of the Environment's Land Restoration Program, and Trent Zivkovich, partner at Whiteford, Taylor, Preston, and LP. So let me go ahead and shift the presentation over to Barbara. Thank you.
Okay, show my screen. Okay, can we see the screen?
I can see, I think what you have to do, we can see one of your monitors. Just shift.
All right, gotcha.
Yep.
Screen of monitor 1. Okay.
Excellent, thank you.
All righty. Well, good morning, everyone. We're going to be talking today about finding the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow when you achieve site closure through the voluntary cleanup program. And I have a lot of information to present, so I'm not going to go through each and every slide, but I would really encourage everyone to go to our MDE website. Land Restoration Program has a lot of information on the voluntary cleanup program and some of the information that I'm going to present today. So you have entered the voluntary cleanup program and you have gone through the review process. And for the folks that were lucky enough to have qualified for an NFRD, that is one of the closure documents. There's also the certificate of completion after you have your RAP approval. There's a document that's an environmental covenant that's going to be included with both the NFRD and COC, and all of those will be recorded on the property deed in the local jurisdiction. So when do we issue a VCP closure document? And the no further requirements determination is after the initial application review process. We've reviewed the phase 1, gotten all the phase 2 data, looked at your land use, consulted with a toxicologist, and determined that a response action plan is not required. However, you may have some land use controls that will be included in the NFRD. Another option is you've completed an approved remedy under the CHS program that Brian's going to be talking about following me, and you reapplied to the voluntary cleanup program. Though the caveat with that is we will review the CHS work in VCP, and if there's additional work that we will request it, but if no additional work is required, then we will issue an NFRD. The certificate of completion is after all the activities in the improved response action plan and any approved addendums have been satisfactorily completed. So how do you prove that you've completed your RAP, and how do we approve that? There'll be a RAP completion report that is submitted that documents that the RAP implementation process was completed in accordance with the approved RAP, and that will be submitted to the VCP project manager. Some of the things to include, date of and date approved for the RAP, summarize the RAP remedies and specifically how they were implemented. No plan is always perfect, and you do run into contingencies when you are implementing, but you do document how they were handled and any other actions that you needed to take. You know, a major example is you always run into an underground storage tank where you least expect it, and document that that was removed and any soil was addressed. So very important is to have appropriate figures where the remedies were placed. Any sampling data collected to verify the remedy. For example, with a lot of soil vapor testing, we'll have indoor air to prove that the remedy was installed. You could have potable water testing results. You could have post-excavation sampling results. And this is important as well, the material management summary, truck tickets for stone, clean fill source documentation, and a summary of soil that basically either left the site or came to the site. Most importantly, the project manager will conduct a site visit to visually observe that the RAP activities have been completed. That begins the process for issuing the certificate of completion. So let's talk land use controls. A VCP applicant can request residential, commercial, public recreational area with low, moderate, or high frequency use, and industrial. And in the last year, we've had some policy notes that have been released regarding fee simple, including single family homes, townhomes, first floor condominiums. Those sites must meet unrestricted soil use. The soil has to be a residential standard to 15 feet or to the zone of saturation. So it's important to note here that you're not going to be able to use your normal engineering controls like capping or vapor mitigation. You may have condominiums on the first ground floor that may require capping or vapor barriers. However, you're going to have an entity responsible for the operation and maintenance of the land use controls, and they're also going to be required to provide financial assurance for costs for 30 years. Rental properties, you can have engineering controls. You have to have a single building owner that's responsible. And the leases need to include notifications that the land use controls are present and access provisions where applicable to inspect or maintain the land use control. That will also include annual inspection reporting requirements. There may be restrictions on future conversion or construction of condominiums. Our land use and institutional controls can also include such things as limitations on the use of groundwater, notification requirements for excavation activities. For those of you that heard Rochelle's excellent talk yesterday, you know, we have a notification process now with Miss Utility and Terradex, so that we'll know when excavation activities are occurring. We require inspection and maintenance of remedies. Basically, once a year, you want to make sure there's no cracks in your concrete, or your asphalt paving doesn't have potholes, or your tenants have not installed utilities that have punctured your vapor barrier. And long-term monitoring and post-treatment sampling may be required. There's a provision in the BCP statute that does allow for a closure document to be issued, but also include requirements for long-term monitoring and sampling. There may be limitations that include testing requirements for future construction. So this is very important to ensure a smooth preparation and review and approval of your document. Postal street mailing address of the property. Then this also might seem like a no-brainer, but we've had issues with things. If your VCP application has a mailing address for the property owner and the VCP applicants, make sure that when you get to the end of the process that your project manager knows if that mailing address has changed. We need a legal description of the property that can come from the deed, and including all the parcels in the VCP application. We need an SSTAT tax account number. Maryland has the SSTAT online. And this is where it gets interesting. The acreage needs to match the legal description, or there has to be an explanation. You know, sometimes SSTAT doesn't always have the accurate acreage, or there's been easements granted, or there's been an ALTA survey that is more accurate. But if the numbers don't match, we need to know why. Tax parcel references, map, grid, parcel, neighborhood, block, lot. Deed reference, LIBOR, folio, and page range for all parcels. A lot of this information you can get at MD Land Rec. A plat reference if applicable. And for the applicant, we need the SDAT printout showing the business is in good standing. We cannot issue an environmental covenant unless the business is in good standing, so make sure you've paid your personal property tax or there's no other issues with your business in good standing. And then also, if there's maintenance that needs to be done, or there's a land use control that requires an inspection, operation, and maintenance plan. And we do have a checklist that your project manager can provide to help you gather this information. So why are we asking for all this technical property stuff? Well, the environmental covenant is very specific. It's a legal document. It is going to be recorded on the deed, and it's also going to basically define what the property is that's subject to the land use control. So we will need all this information before our Attorney General's office will sign off on it. So figures are very important, especially when you consider that the VCP has been in business since 1997. We're doing land use controls, inspections, properties are redeveloped. So you really need to know what part of the property is subject to land use controls, where those land use controls are located, where the property is located. So figures are very important, and they have to be legible, and they have to be scannable for recording in the land records office. And unfortunately, their scanning capabilities are not up to snuff, so to speak. So the documents have to be legible. We'll need a map of the entire property, figures showing the extent of the land use controls, if certain areas are capped, different types of caps. If the land use controls are limited to a certain area, we need a map and a meets and bounds to show that, and that will all be included in the closure document and the environmental covenant. So for example, this shows a site map that has where the site is located, the lot designations, and the property in question clearly defined. A lot of times we get people will send us, 36 by 24 maps, and you can't really see that on a 8 by 11. So although it looks kind of small here, that this actual map was clearly legible on an 8 by 11 sheet. So if you have a land use control area, here's an example where there was different areas that had different types of contamination, some from previous oil control program, petroleum releases, some that had metal contaminated fill, fly ash. So in the closure document, there was a map showing where each of these areas was, the area itself defined, and most importantly, a legal description of what that particular area was defined. So at some point, if all this is torn down and redeveloped, at least you have surveyor marks that you can say, oh, I know where this area is that I have to do special health and safety, or I may encounter petroleum contaminated soil. So that will all be included in the documents that will be recorded. So what is a good inspection, operation, and maintenance plan? So plans should include a brief summary of the site history and what land use controls are at the site. Do I have asphalt capping? Do I have building slabs? Do I have green space with 2 feet of clean fill? What is at the site? Do I have a vapor mitigation system, a sub-slab depressurization system? Where is it located? Where's the blower? What's the notification, inspection frequency, and annual reporting requirements? And that must match with the NFRD and COC and the Environmental Covenant. Some of these things have changed over the years, so you just have to make sure you coordinate with your project manager that you know what the time frames are. And again, can't stress enough, good figures showing the location of the capped areas, vapor systems, and again, must meet the requirements for legibility, because the operation and maintenance plan will be an exhibit with the closure document and the environmental covenant. I've found that this is very helpful for folks, especially if they're trying to fix things, is what's the product information for blowers? What type of sealant did you use for vapor barrier? What type of pump do you have in the groundwater pumping system? So anything that can help someone quickly repair or replace equipment that's on site, potentially 5 or 10 years from now. inspection forms. They're also very important. You can have them developed for landscape, inspecting the landscape. Are there any burrows? If you have erosion, have the trees fallen over? Concrete, do you have cracks? Asphalt, there's an asphalt condition index that people use so that if it's above a 4, it's going to need repair. Inspection forms for vapor systems. There's oftentimes, if you have an active system, pressure gauges that need to be read. Is the fan operating? And very important to include who is going to be the contact. And again, property managers, owners, who, if there's an issue, who will be the MDE contact, and include phone numbers, email addresses, and anything that we can use to contact them if there's a potential problem. So here's a good example of a form for a vapor system for one of the sites. It's basically easily discernible what you're inspecting, what's the condition of the blower system, is there issues that need to be addressed, are there alarm failures, are birds nesting in the exhaust system. So basically any form that you can develop that makes it easier for either the property manager or the environmental professional on a yearly basis to conduct the inspection and document any issues and any repairs. So when you receive your NFRD or your COC, there's going to be some documents that you have to return to us. And for the NFRD and the COC, there's a one-page certification that basically says, hi, I've gotten my NFRD or COC. I understand that there's land use controls and restrictions on it, and that is signed, dated, and returned to Brian Dietz, our chief, and that will be put into the file to show that you indeed were aware that there is land use restrictions. So for the NFRD, there's also a owner certification for the property owner, and again, it may be a situation where there's a VCP applicant, but they're not the property owner, so you do have to ensure that the property owner signs that page and returns it. So once all the closure documents are provided, there's a recording requirement, and we do require proof that the documents have been recorded with the land records. We understand due to COVID, some of the counties are pretty far behind, and they'll give you a receipt, but you don't get the actual stamped copies for some time period later. As long as we have some documentation that you did take it to them and you did record it within the 30-day time period requirement, we will check MD Land Rec to make sure it was recorded, and we also request that when you do get documentation that it's been recorded, that you do provide it to us. That was kind of the fast and furious overview. So again, there's a lot of information on the website, and your VCP project manager is often your best resource as well. And if you have questions, please contact them. We do have some interesting sites with interesting real estate, 99-year ground leases, multiple parcels that have changed designations. So especially if you have a site with an interesting real estate condition, start talking early in the process about how the closure document will be drafted and hopefully swiftly given to you, and that you can go and enjoy the benefits of the Brownfields tax credit. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Brian Dietz.
Thanks so much, Barbara. I'm going to switch this over, as you said, to Brian. All right. Thanks, Brian. We can see you. Thank you.
Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, we can hear you, Brian.
Okay, good. Good morning. I'm Brian Dietz, Division Chief with MDE's Land Restoration Program, and I want to provide you with an overview of our technical review process, what it is, how it works, and how it might help you deal with an environmentally challenged project site. But first, I want to direct your attention to two resources that can be of help to you. The first is MDE's Technical Review Process Fact Sheet. I have the link to it there. It's a 4-page guide, provides you with everything you need to know to get a project enrolled in the process, and it's definitely worth taking a look at. The second is my phone number and email address. I'm always happy to speak with people or meet with them about the process and to answer questions. Just a quick outline of where I'm headed this morning. We're going to take a quick look at the Land Restoration Program org chart to give you a sense as to where the technical review process is located in our hierarchy. We're going to talk about the process itself, what it looks like, how it works, and I'll give you some approximate timeframes. And lastly, I'll give you some things to consider before enrolling a project in the process. So here's the org chart. And if you follow the red pathway downward from the top there, the Land Restoration Program, you'll see that the technical review process is housed within our State Assessment Remediation Division, which also houses the CHS Enforcement Program and our VCP program, which Barb just spoke about. And so the technical review process is one of the duties that the CHS Enforcement Program deals with. And notable is that this division is staffed by a team of about 7 geologists, 2 supervisors, and a toxicologist, and all of them are well cross-trained in both types of projects. So if you have a VCP project and it switches to a CHS project or technical review process project and vice versa, they're well equipped to deal with that. So what is the review process I'm talking about? Essentially, it's a formalized way of requesting MDE to conduct a regulatory review of a site's environmental condition and provide guidance on how best to close out those environmental concerns from a regulatory standpoint. It's also a means by which MDE can recoup the cost of its staff time that it uses to do those project reviews. It's broken down into some basic elements. It's a request package submittal starts the process. We have a document review phase, which leads to a project closure path development and implementation. And finally, at the end of the day, a closure letter gets issued. It's also worth noting what the process is not. It's not a means for dealing with petroleum-based contamination. The CHS Enforcement Program only has regulatory authority to deal with controlled hazardous substances and not petroleum-based contamination. For that, you're looking either to the Oil Control Program or to the Voluntary Cleanup Program, which does have regulatory authority to deal with that type of contamination. Process is also not a gateway to liability relief and other Brownfields tax incentives that are offered to participants of the Voluntary Cleanup Program. And lastly, it's not just a simple MDE review and sign off with no strings attached. So why would someone be interested in this process as opposed to, let's say, the Voluntary Cleanup Program? It does have a few advantages. It has flexibility, scalability, and fewer cost and procedural constraints than the Voluntary Cleanup Program. Now, by flexibility, we're referring to the fact that it doesn't have a regulatorily prescribed timeframe system or other requirements that the VCP does. Scalability refers to the fact that the process can be tailored to fit a site's specific concerns rather than having to assess a site to its legal boundaries as the VCP is required to do. This can be useful, especially if you're trying to deal with environmental concerns of a limited extent, such as a dry cleaning tenant space in a large shopping center property. You can focus in on that dry cleaning tenant space and work with us to address that. I will note, though, however, that scalability doesn't mean invisibility. So at our heart, this review process is a regulatory project review. And as such, we can't ignore other concerns that come to our attention while looking at a site. So be aware, you may come to us saying, my bank wants closure for an area of blue stained soil on my site. We'll certainly look at that, but it's possible during our review, we come to find that there's also a storage tank containing blue liquids nearby. And that may not be what the bank was interested in, but it will sort of become of interest to us as well. So it's something to be aware of. Just a quick run through of a very generalized process flow chart here. Essentially, we receive a request package from the requester. These days, we're finding it's best to do that by email, but you're welcome to do it by regular mail as well. We process the request, we set up a billing code, and we assign a project manager. Project manager reviews the documents, may do a site visit, may not, depending on the type of site and what's involved. They then provide their review findings to the requester. And as a result of that, data gaps are addressed, additional data is gathered as needed. And really the objective at this point is for both parties to finalize a project closure plan. How are we going to get this site to a final closure letter is essentially what that is. Next step is the closure plan field activities are implemented. And then we move to closure plan administrative activities are completed, and ultimately ending with a closure letter being issued. Now, in terms of the project closure plans, they essentially fall into 4 broad categories, and I'm not going to go into the nitty-gritty of each. We don't have the time for that, but suffice it to say, the 4 paths are an environmental management plan, a corrective action plan, institutional controls with long-term action requirements, and institutional controls without long-term action requirements. The environmental management plan is generally, you're trying to fix problems during the site's redevelopment. So it lays out how you're going to move soil, how you're going to manage contaminated soil during development, things of that nature. The corrective action plan focuses more on fixing problems with an eye towards future site uses. So redevelopment is not an imminent situation in those cases, so it's less of a concern. Institutional controls with long-term actions, basically closure with things such as capping and other institutional controls with an added level of long-term vigilance, some O&M or other type of reporting requirements. And lastly, then probably the most easy would be institutional controls without long-term action requirements. Closure with a simple administrative controls such as this property must remain commercial in use and not use the groundwater for any purpose. Now, in terms of timeframes, it's always difficult to give specifics because again, this isn't laid out in regulation. But just looking at the general throughput that we've seen, in recent months and years with the process, these are generalized. They're also very conservative. They're not etched in stone, so it's not to suggest that your project may not be able to do something faster at different levels and things. But just to give you a general sense, it seems to be watching these things come through the pipeline, left to their own devices, they sort of end up with just sort of this organic time frame. So probably due to financial constraints, planning constraints, other things. So generally speaking, within about 5 days of receiving the request, we have a project manager assigned, we have your request processed, and we have a billing code, and we're ready to go. The PM, project manager, will start their review, do a site visit if needed, and then provide their findings to the requester, generally within about 30 to 60 days. The next step is getting the additional data needed if there are data gaps. And generally there are usually a few, but not always. And the idea then at that point is to develop your closure plan. Usually that's taking about 6 months is what it seems to work out empirically. The next step is then the closure plan is approved. The requester's team moves forward with implementing those field activities associated with it, moving soil, excavating, laying caps, that type of thing. And generally that's taking about anywhere from a year to a little bit more, give or take, depending on the nature of the project. The next step then is to get to the administrative activities associated with the closure plan, which would include things like the covenant, recording the covenant, all kinds of things associated with O&M, management plans, things of that nature. That's about 1.5 years plus. And then lastly, at about the same time, you're getting your closure letter. So I think it's kind of safe to say, unless you've got some extenuating circumstances and you think the project's going to move through that process a lot quicker, you might want to consider about 1.5 years from start to very, very finish. So with all of that said, does it make sense for your project to get into the technical review process? Well, The answer is maybe, especially if you find yourself saying yes to one or more of these type of statements. So very often we hear, I need a letter from the state my bank is telling me, or some other entity is telling me, I need a letter from the state confirming that the site's environmental issues are not a concern. My project's environmental concerns are relatively limited in scope, and I'd prefer to handle them outside the voluntary cleanup process. My site's environmental concerns are controlled hazardous substances and not petroleum. My project doesn't require any kind of liability releases or tax incentives or other things that are only available to me through the VCP. Some people, I want to get a jump on my site's environmental concerns before applying to the VCP for a variety of reasons. And I'm not averse to MDE billing me, albeit semi-annually, for its staff review time. Now, some things you should expect if and when you do get into the process. Certainly it brings regulatory scrutiny to your project's environmental concerns. There's always the possibility that that scrutiny is going to result in new concerns being discovered. It's usually going to add time that you hadn't counted on, or perhaps other regulatory constraints. We identify some other issue at the site that requires another portion of the agency to get involved. Certainly there's the institutional control aspect. I would say at this point, it's almost 100% of our sites usually end up with some type of land use control covenant, future inspection requirements, things of that nature. So that's always out there. Added investigation, remediation, or O&M costs. So we may tell you that another area of the site needs to be remediated or investigated that you hadn't really considered, such as you're looking at the blue soil, and we have told you we also want you to include investigation remediation of the tank containing the blue liquid. And then the other thing is unanticipated project design modifications to address some concerns. And within that realm, I'd say the most common that I've seen recently would be things such as adding a venting system to a building design, excavating more material at your site than would have been required if it was a simple uncontaminated site, possibly being asked to change the source of your fill material that you're importing to make sure it meets MDE clean fill standards. And in cases of residential developments, changes potentially to the development's planned site ownership structure to eliminate private ownership concerns. So those are all the things to kind of consider. Like anything else, it has its pros and cons, but I think this gives you a little bit of an idea of some of the things you might be getting into, and then also some of the benefits that you might be able to leverage for your project. And as I said before, always feel free to contact me. Oftentimes we find it's easiest if you're contemplating a simple call or a meeting ahead of time. It kind of gives you the facts that you need to make an informed decision. And that's my talk.
Thanks so much, Brian. Excellent as well. Our next presenter is Trent Zivkovich. I'm going to shift the presentation over to you, Trent. Trent, I can't hear you. Let me see if I can make sure you're unmuted.
That helps. There we go.
There you go.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Trent Zivkovich. I'm a partner at Whiteford, Taylor & Preston here in Baltimore. I head up the firm's environmental practice. I do quite a bit of work on brownfields projects throughout the state, throughout the United States even. Background's a little bit unique. I myself am a former environmental consultant, former professional geologist. I also worked in commercial development as a project manager for a few years. So I tend to take a bit of a more of a holistic technical approach sometimes to projects. And I know that consultants on the phone will chuckle because they hear me often say this, but I sometimes can drive them a little bit crazy, I think, getting into the details and poking and prodding and whatnot. But I think it's a nice thing to know sort of what things actually truly mean when you get into the ground and whatnot. But what I'm here to talk about today is to follow up on Barbara and Brian's discussion on sort of what is the perspective of the the closure process from landowners, developers, lenders, and then legal folks. Effectively, what are we looking for? What are the issues that we need to keep in mind when we're going through the process?
Trent.
So I'm going to kill my camera here and kick over to just the slideshow.
And Trent, if you click on display settings and yeah, you got it? Okay. Thank you so much.
There we go. Okay, so effectively, so why are we all here? Big picture. What is the beneficial policy behind the Brownfields redevelopment? But we have to think about it from a big perspective. Community, neighbors. Obviously, they're looking for a healthy and safe community. They're looking for how do they provide resources for them and their family. What types of businesses might occupy those properties? What are the uses rather than a blighted property that might be provided, whether it's a business or a park or just any other area than any other space than what it currently is. They're looking for a healthy community, simple and straightforward. Government elected officials, they're looking for good jobs. They're looking for a healthy environment for their citizens. They're looking to restore properties to beneficial use and ideally increase the tax base. They're looking for what can they do to improve things for themselves, or I'm sorry, not for themselves, but for the citizens and voters and whatnot. So what are the landowners and developers and lenders and tenants thinking about? So whenever they look at a Brownfields project, they're looking at a project in terms of risks and opportunities. Of course, they're looking what can they do to bring the project to fruition. What can they do to develop something and provide benefits to the community, to the area, without frankly losing their shirt? Remember, these developers, these folks are literally signing their and their spouses' names on personal guarantees. They're taking a lot of risk in making these things happen. I know we're going to hear from some folks coming up in the next segment that'll talk more about that, but it's these are big stretches, and sometimes it can be challenging, but they have to walk into it and think about, what does the project mean in terms of their ability to deliver for the community, for their investors, and for they themselves. So when they do that, when I'm talking about the risk, they're thinking about, what are those risks? What are the unknowns? What are the uncertainties? They're thinking about what is the likelihood of those events occurring? Is it a 15% chance, a 50% chance, or 75% chance that bad news could occur? What is the ramification of those events happening? Is it incurring environmental liability, personal environmental liability for historical issues? Is it project delays that can throw timeframes, completely out of whack? What about is there an ability or frankly an inability for them to finance a property's redevelopment or perhaps after construction? And then what's their ability to sell or lease the property? Have they put so much money into it at the end of the day that it doesn't make, they can't make a return that actually makes it makes it a feasible business opportunity? And sort of at its core, when you reduce it all down to, it's sort of a question of dollars and time. How much is it going to cost, and how long is it going to take? So what we're looking at next is, we're sort of looking at, how do we mitigate that risk? How do we consider, all these questions? What are the options that they're thinking about? And there's sort of four things that I kind of think about and put it into and talk about. Sort of they're looking for clarity and consistency of requirements from regulators. What do the owners and the developers, what do they need to do to make a Brownfields project happen from the regulatory perspective? Is it investigating soils? Is it groundwater? Is it vapor, soil vapors? Do they have to stay on the property? Do they have to go off the property? What are all those considerations? Timeframes. How long is it going to take for the government agencies to go through and complete the required tasks? Both Barbara and Brian were just talking about how does that process roll out? How does that occur? And what are the timeframes involved in that? But developers and landowners, they need to know that because it fits into their process. what do all these requirements mean for future occupants of the property? How will activity and use limitations limit the future use of the property? Would a property owner not be able to use it for certain potential businesses or uses at some point in the future, long after all of us have passed and moved along? How do those requirements also affect day-to-day users? The folks that have to do the annual inspections for the CAP. Little things like that. And then marketability. What do those restrictions, whatever they may be, mean when somebody is considering an investment in the property or acquiring the property at some point now or in the future? And then last but not least, what are the financial assistance may be available to help make this all possible? What are the assessment and cleanup grants that might be available? What about federal, state, and local tax credits and incentives? I'll get into more details about each of these, but let's talk about the first one: clarity and consistency of requirements. This is absolutely key. This I can't stress this enough. The bottom line is that we understand, developers understand, legal counsel understands, and I think most people do, and recognize that obligations on all parties involved in the project, they need to be consistent when there's no material change in site conditions. That's not to say, as Barbara correctly pointed out, you're always going to find that unknown underground storage tank. You're always going to find that hot spot. You're always going to find something or another tucked away in places that you had no idea would be there. But what you are looking for is a general sense of consistency and understanding that the rules of the game aren't going to change as the process goes along. Unfortunately, what it comes down to, and we have to know all this before the project begins, during the project's redevelopment and after it's complete. We just want to have a game plan as to what is expected and is required for performance effectively. The key issue is that multi-year timelines and budgets are all tied on are reasonably tied to those expectations, always knowing that there's things will pop up. But the reality is landowners and developers, they simply can't afford to take on redevelopment projects without clarity and consistency. So here's the great news about this, is that Maryland's VCP and CHS process, especially in recent years, they're both designed and managed in a way that makes that all possible. It's funny, I do work all over the place on these types of projects, and Maryland really is one of the most user-friendly processes in any state, and that is without cutting any corners whatsoever on the critical role of protecting human health and the environment. It's the idea that we can all find a way to bring these projects back together, and it's operated in a manner and structured in a manner that makes that all possible. And that's a wonderful thing, frankly. It's funny, you get out-of-state developers who come in and they start to ask about it, and they get nervous about it and start to cringe a little bit when I talk about it. But as you get into the details and talk them through it, they quickly realize that, no, it's a great way to go and a great way to make things happen. One of the key steps that council plays, along with environmental consultants in the early stages of any development of any brownfields project, is to work with the owner to develop what is the most appropriate regulatory path to meet a project's goals. So again, Barbara and Brian talked about all those different options: CHS, VCP. What are the different courses? What are the different options? We run through that analysis with them to determine what is the appropriate, given the circumstances, given conditions, and given their end goals, what do we do? And so that's one of the roles that we'll play, often talking to regulatory officials to help make that, help come to those decisions, recognize things. Timeframes. So how long will it take for the government officials to do their part of improving actions and activities? Just like Brian had mentioned, typically we have rough timeframes. The VCP has timeframes built into the statute. They always take time, but they do. Redevelopment projects depend on close coordination and phasing of activities, construction, financing, legal, the whole 9 yards. Regulatory delays, just like a construction delay, can snowball and have major effects. If a delay gets pushed and if an approval gets delayed and it pushes a start deadline for construction late into the fall, all of a sudden you lose 1 or 2 months because of winter wet soils, things like that. Timely and comprehensive government responsiveness, just like timely and comprehensive responsiveness from the landowner, from council, from contractors, it's all required. Everyone playing together on a project is key. These things take a long time, and it requires a lot of folks to do their jobs, and that's one of the most important parts. And I'm saying that knowing that I owe a bunch of people in this phone call actually some deliverables myself, so we realize that things can happen, but close coordination is key. Time frames. So one of the things that was sort of mentioned briefly by both Brian and Barbara again was sort of what I've kind of called myself jokingly the LRP two-step. Effectively, is one of the considerations is that the voluntary cleanup program provides that you need to effectively have an approved RAP if you're going to be doing corrective actions on a site before you break ground. The reality is that unfortunately that obligation, that statutory obligation, doesn't often match up with acquisition construction timing requirements. So one of the things we've been able to do with the MDE is effectively you can sort of get the best of both worlds by if you are an culpable person and if you're interested in eventually moving into the VCP to utilize tax credits or whatnot, what you can do is you can apply to the VCP. You secure your IP, your long-term IP status. Once you've made that application, what you're able to do is you withdraw from the VCP and you request oversight from the CHS process, just like Brian just discussed. What you end up doing though is again, because the same the same standards and processes are effectively involved, you basically go through, you develop an environmental management plan, and during the redevelopment process, you can take those mitigation, you can complete those mitigation activities that are required to bring a site back to constructive reuse during the ordinary course of construction. In other words, it doesn't have to be phased. It doesn't have to follow completion of a RAP or corrective actions under a corrective action plan, but it's effectively done in the ordinary course of construction. Once that work is completed, and again, it's all done under regulatory oversight, once that work is done and approved by the CHS, you can actually reapply back to the voluntary cleanup program, requesting now no further requirements determination. By doing that process, which can often occur in a shorter time frame, the review process for the initial environmental management plan, you can effectively move the process along, ensure that the regulatory approvals the required regulatory approvals aren't holding up construction, but it allows you to proceed with construction, again, while protecting human health and the environment and doing what's necessary. So those little steps and actions you can take working with the regulators and working with your client ahead of time are all important steps to address the time frames that are involved in a project. This is one example. This is a 2 million square foot brownfield site in Baltimore County. Well, it's kind of hard to lease out 2 million square feet of 75-year-old building. And so as you work through the project, on this one in particular, we've actually moved out. We went into the VCP, we stepped back away from it, went into the CHS, and it's allowed us to effectively take sort of small bites of the apple as we go along to figure out what areas need to be addressed. We do that through the CHS, and then once the work is completed, then we'll go back into the VCP. But it allows flexibility on larger sites or multi-phase sites, or sites again where the timing requires relatively quick responsive action. Sort of the third of the four big issues I was talking about are what are the restrictions, what are the considerations for future occupants? Again, activity and use restrictions, residential, commercial, industrial, public recreational. What do each of those restrictions mean for the future development and use of the property? And sometimes it's not just use right now, here today, but what about 15, 20 years down the road when the property might develop or the area might develop further, and all of a sudden what had been office area or commercial area is now residential. What are those implications? Site planning constraints. Are there portions of the site that may have greater restrictions than others because of environmental impacts or whatnot? Construction requirements. What about the phasing that's involved? Vapor barriers. What is required to think about in terms of maintaining a vapor barrier down the road? If someone ends up putting new plumbing penetrations in a site, do they need to patch a vapor barrier, an engineered vapor barrier? And what does that involve? Just like Barbara mentioned, what are the brands? Go ahead.
Yes, just want to have you, we probably need to start pivoting towards Q&A. So if you wanted to take another 5 minutes, that'd be great.
Sure will. Thank you very much. Construction requirements. Tenants and occupants can't use certain materials. One of the considerations we've run into is tenants will go in there and they'll use products that can have significant impacts on environmental sampling obligations, but then delay a process. Would they end up resulting in a false positive and send everyone on a bit of a wild goose chase? It can always be a challenge. And then ownership restrictions. As Barbara had mentioned, there's been recent changes in MD policy regarding fee simple ownership of properties. How can residential properties be managed that are completed on brownfields? How are they owned and how are they managed? And what does it mean for landowners and whatnot? Long-term monitoring is one of the biggest things that we always think about. What does it mean day to day in a practical sense for occupants 5, 10, 20 years down the road? Sort of something I always think about is how do we make this as simple as possible to understand and comply with while protecting human health and the environment. I can't tell you how many phone calls I've been on the line when I'm talking to legal counsel for prospective tenants or lenders, and they're asking, well, what does this mean for my client? What does this actually mean for them? How is it going to reduce their ability to operate the property and sell it? And so whenever I'm working with the consultants and our regulators, it's sort of, what does this mean from someone who's not living this every day? What does it truly mean down the road? And so that's something I always try to keep in mind. Likewise, environmental covenants. How do these restrictions and covenants, what do they truly mean for future occupants? What is and what isn't necessarily allowed? So the last of the four things is sort of what financial assistance exists to make this all possible. You know, the Brownfields projects, again, stepping back to the early things I was stating about risk, is that risk means greater uncertainty, and greater uncertainty can mean higher construction costs. It can limit the market for financing. It can mean the financing is more expensive, higher carrying costs. I can't tell you how many projects we have to buy very, very expensive insurance policies to protect lenders that ordinarily we wouldn't have to do. Uncertainty in locations and formerly industrialized or blighted areas can mean lower rents that are lower rents have to be charged to attract users. You know, look, you'll hear it from the next folks, but it can be really, really hard to put together financing necessary to make these packages possible. And public financing, public incentives are a key part of that. Assessment grants like those that were discussed yesterday by EPA, those are great for public and nonprofit projects, always welcomed. It does make it a little more challenging for commercial projects because it's a slower process. State and local tax incentives, though, are key for commercial brownfield redevelopment, especially here in Maryland, especially. And one of the key things, speaking to government officials on the line who may be in jurisdictions that do not have these programs, I would urge you to look at and talk with your elected officials and speak within the government about what is possible to make that happen. Brownfields real property tax credits currently available in 12 Maryland counties in the city, plus 4 separate municipalities. Each program is different. There is so much nuance in these things, it is insane. You really have to be careful about what's involved in there to understand the requirements. But they can make or break a project. It's, you know, at least 50% of the difference in assessment value over the course of a redevelopment project for a period of 5 years. It can be pushed out for another 5 years to 10 years for projects in enterprise zone. These programs and these incentives truly can make a difference and can make a brownfields project that otherwise would not happen. So how's it all happen? To wrap it all up, details. I hate to say it, but it's the details. You have to be thinking ahead multiple steps. It's three-dimensional chess. If I do this, what does it mean for that? How do you document? How do you explain what's required of someone 10 years from now? Like Barbara was saying, how does a document recorded in land records clearly tell someone what they need to do or not do for compliance? What is it going to look like when someone runs title 15 years down the road? You have to sweat the details on property transactions. Make sure your property boundaries track what's in the VCP and they track what covenants are there, especially with subdivisions and lot line adjustments. And then kind of going back to something that was said yesterday by Peter Hayes, I believe it was at Trade Point Atlantic, it's all about the people. You have to have people working together, communicating towards the common goal. Projects managers, the consultants, council, and absolutely the regulators making that happen. And we're pretty fortunate in Maryland that is often the case. But watch those details, follow through on things, think ahead to the future, and try to answer those questions before they're raised. That is pretty much it. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks so much, Trent, for that very comprehensive and excellent presentation. What we're going to do now, we're going to have the Q&A. We have a break scheduled for 11:05, but like we did at the last session, people are welcome to either go on their break at 11:05, but we're welcome to stick around to hear questions and answers session here. So for the presenters, if you wouldn't mind showing your webcam, put yourself on the screen. Oh. Thank you, and Barbara as well. So we have some good questions here. I think one question for Barbara, can you briefly speak, just from Vicki Pittman, can you briefly speak to continuing obligations? For example, what is the procedure for when a voluntary cleanup program site has been sold? What does the new owner need to know about and be aware of during and after the transfer?
The first important thing is for the seller to have a copy of the NFRD, the COC, and the environmental covenant and provide it to the buyer. There is a transfer notice obligation that's included in our documents within 5 business days. So we require an affidavit from the new owner that they are aware of the land use restrictions and that they're aware that there is an MDE, NFRD, COC, EC on it, and basically the land use controls, including the land use type, will continue in perpetuity with the property unless a new owner comes back into the VCP and says, hey, I'd like to change the land use from commercial to residential, and they can go through that and get a new document. But pretty much everything is in perpetuity unless it is changed by a person demonstrating with state oversight that they meet the standards for that land use.
Thank you, Barbara. This next question is for Trent from Carl Munder. You indicated that tax incentives are important for projects in the state. Why?
Well, so whenever a developer's, and again, we'll hear more about this in the next session, but whenever a developer is putting together the financial budget for a property, they of course have to figure the cost of land acquisition, construction, financing, and the whole 9 yards. Because the cost for redevelopment on a brownfield site are often, not always, but quite often much more expensive, because the amounts of revenue they can generate from a property, either selling it or leasing it out because of where it may be located, are lower. Effectively, when they run their budget, when they look at their costs, costs and the revenue, at the end of the day, there's a major gap on, and they're in the negative. especially when you have the uncertainties, when you find those underground storage tanks, when you find the hot spots. All those challenges make it pretty difficult. The tax credits provide the incentive to attract investors, to attract the developers, to show that there will be the opportunity to reduce the overhead effectively on the taxes for the property in the future, to make it so that it is a financially viable project. The reality is that money in the marketplace from outside investors and folks who are making these projects happen, the money is going to where they think, and I'm talking institutional, big money from banks and lenders and investors and whatnot. They're basically flowing to places where they can have a return. And if they're afraid that they will not be able to make a return, well, that money is going to go elsewhere. And the project and the financing is most likely not going to happen in a particular brownfield site. Having the tax credits provides it provides additional and significant assurances that that project will be viable, and therefore it can attract the financing required, and it can therefore be completed. And so it's sort of in the public policy perspective of making it all happen, attracting the attention, and making it a worthwhile investment for folks who may wish to get involved.
Thanks, Trent. I think this next question would be for Brian, and maybe Barbara as well. Some projects don't always get to MDE, most especially for a COC if they're not entering one of the MDE programs to begin with. What should happen then if a developer, for example, is just listening to their engineer, or a decision is made by a professional architect that may not solve issues that may have been found during construction? You know, in a situation like that, how can you ensure that good decisions are made regarding the site moving forward?
I guess my first thought would be is at that point you should probably have an environmental consultant working on your behalf to kind of guide you in those decisions. There's certainly no requirement for you to come to the department for that, but we certainly can help you with that.
And I just add, like with the presentation yesterday from Paul Hayden regarding the site in Cambridge, it's like they found issues that were terribly expensive, and like Trent said, you know, time and money. So again, knowing what your potential issues are, having a good phase one on a property, and at least that will try to identify some of the wrecks you might run into. But then again, it becomes an issue where if you find something petroleum based, the oil control regulations require you to report it. So if you run into free product in a utility trench, if you run into a tank, that has to be reported, and that can you know, lead to delays. And you know, if you have petroleum in the ground, you might have a vapor issue. So we would really reiterate that everybody needs to go into what they're doing at potentially contaminated sites, you know, with a clear path forward. And as Brian said, having, you know, a good environmental consultant, a good environmental attorney guide you will help save very expensive and potentially project derailing issues later.
Yeah, if I can just throw it in there, I think Barbara mentioned this yesterday. You get what you pay for. Please don't cut corners on environmental work. Please ask those questions. Unfortunately, we find situations all the time where we get brought in after the fact, and it's painful when you have to explain that you just bought yourself 75 years of environmental liability. You didn't have to, but for $2,000. You know, if you had done the right thing or picked up the phone or whatnot. And so you get what you pay for. Talk to people. If your spidey sense is tingling, ask questions.
Thank you. Thanks, Barbara and Brian and Trent, for your excellent presentations. Very comprehensive, related to the site closure process and just related to brownfield redevelopment overall and all of the steps necessary to pay attention to. We have time for a short break now. to take care of any needs you may have. And we're going to go ahead and reconvene 11:15 for our third session. So thanks again, and we'll be talking with you in 10 minutes for the next presentations. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Our third session today is Developer Perspectives. Our presenters are David Bramble, Managing Partner at MCB Real Estate, LLC, Scott Slowson, Chief Operating Officer at 28 Walker Development, and Scott Noteboom, Chief Technology Officer at Quantum Loophole. We're very happy to have the presenters here today, and I'm going to first start with David Bramble, and I'm going to shift this over to you, David.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, David.
Can you see my screen?
We can. I think you just need to put it in presentation mode, and we're good to go.
Okay. I'll do that here. Zoom?
He's using the wrong thing.
So you could just go to slideshow.
Yep.
And then just from the beginning on the far left.
Nope. Yep.
Okay, there we go. Oh, great.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. Morning, I guess. Mid-morning. Thank you, everybody. My name is David Bramble. I'm the managing partner and co-founder of MCB Real Estate, a firm that I founded in 2007 with my partner Pinkard. Just to give you guys Peter Pinkard, a little bit of background. We're a Baltimore-based firm. We invest across industrial, retail, office, mixed-use assets. And we're privately owned, but we typically capitalize our deals with institutional equity, and I'll touch on why that's important. Means we invest in, with pension funds, private equity funds, insurance companies, public REITs. That's where we raise our capital to do transactions. We invest across the risk spectrum, meaning that we invest in everything from, core assets to what we would call very complicated development schemes, including our Brownfields investment strategy. We invest in multiple jurisdictions. As you can see from this slide, we own assets basically scattered around the country with a heavy concentration on the East Coast. And we're currently engaged, as you can see from this slide, in pretty large scale redevelopments in all of these jurisdictions, sort of going up from New England over to Tennessee and down to Georgia. We have a very experienced development team, probably completed over $6 billion of development and redevelopment, and over 44 million square feet across all of our development team, with hundreds of years of combined experience. So over the past several years, we've been heavily involved in several contaminated sites. Why are we involved in these contaminated sites? And here are a few of them. Is because it presents a really interesting opportunity to try to look for returns where other investors are afraid. I think Trent in the earlier session touched on a lot of things that are important to developers, certainty, all these other things, which Brownfields projects sort of throw into the mix. And for developers who are willing to sort of to move into those deals and look at those transactions, there is an opportunity to achieve returns commensurate with the risk. But you have to be able to figure it out, and you have to be able to raise the capital. All of two very important things, which you'll hear me talk about today. And then the other reason, which I think is important, is that, as you know, very often these contaminated sites are located in some of our most vulnerable communities. The result is that those deals can sit fallow for a really, really long time. And we think it's incredibly important for people to be willing to take risk and try to do redevelopment deals in these neighborhoods and have a positive catalytic impact. So today I'm going to talk about our Yard 56 project. It's one of our large projects here in East Baltimore, and it's located directly across the street from Johns Hopkins Bayview. Hold on, let me pull up that slide. In what we would call a what's known as a low to moderate income neighborhood. I'll just pull up these demographics here. So these are not the typical demographics where you would see a large scale, $200 million project being undertaken. And so the context of this site is that it's immediately across the street from Johns Hopkins Bayview Hospital, which is a major anchor institution, obviously in Baltimore, Johns Hopkins being the largest private employer. And it, for context, it sort of sits east of the harbor and in between the neighborhoods of Greektown and Bayview. And as I mentioned, the project's located in a so-called low-income area, which means that they're harder projects to do. So the history of the project is the project was originally the Porcelain and Enamel Manufacturing Company. It was founded in 1911. And it's a reminder of the enduring environmental legacy of Baltimore's industrial businesses. One of the things that made Baltimore strong was its industrial businesses, and this building was sort of a source of pride in the community. Lots of people in this neighborhood actually worked here. And then when the factory closed in the early 2000s, it basically left a hole. The factory was known for producing porcelain and enamel coating for kitchen and bathroom appliances. Most famously, people probably might know, it was they produced the orange roofing on Howard Johnson hotels and restaurants, and they were some of the first people to add color to porcelain coatings. So the factory closed and became fallow. And this is what the factory turned into. So you can see off in the distance, Johns Hopkins Bayview, this huge anchor institution, multi-billion-dollar asset with 6,000 employees and even more daily visitors. And then across the street, this. And when we took this over, we make the, this thing used to catch on fire all the time. And when we always make the joke that it was the only asset we owned that looked the same before and after every time it caught on fire. But the site had some amazing attributes. Like, why were we interested in this real estate? And so here's why. Real estate's all about location. So as I mentioned, it's located in Greektown, here between Greektown and Bayview, across from Johns Hopkins Bayview, as well as immediately adjacent to 95, which obviously has 130,000 cars on it every day. It's got great access to 95. And then it also has visibility from 95 and access from Eastern Avenue. So it really is a great piece of real estate. Not just that, it sits in between two really cool communities, as I mentioned, Greektown and Bayview, and then across from Johns Hopkins. So a really, just a really amazing site. So the problem with this deal, of course, is that it was effectively contaminated by the uses on the site. And when we took it over, we've had to figure out, like, how do we deal with this? And the contamination was a combination of, just briefly, I'm not an engineer, but the contamination was the leftover byproduct from the enamel manufacturing process, commonly known as frit. But then they were also actually dumping, so the entire western portion of the site over here had a landfill. So you had a combination of a landfill plus contamination from the landfill plus contamination from the construction process, and from the manufacturing process, and you add all that together and you get this. what was so interesting about this process for us, and we've been involved in many brownfields redevelopments, not just in Maryland, but in other jurisdictions, such as New Jersey, where we developed residential on one of Thomas Edison's old battery factories. But this was unique for us because in all of our past encounters with environmental cleanup projects in Maryland, we dealt strictly with the Maryland Department of Environment, with MDE. But this particular asset was also part of the facility lead program, which meant that it was also governed by the EPA. So unlike most of the processes we've ever been involved in, this process required not just coordinating with MDE, but also coordinating with EPA. So you ended up with two regulatory authorities and not always the exact same thinking about how the process was going to come together. So in addition to that, which I think is, sort of layered onto it, and I want to touch on because it also goes back to what Trent was mentioning earlier, we also bought a site that was zoned for industrial, and we were planning on rezoning it for mixed use. So you had the politics of a rezoning tied into the process of environmental cleanup, which is why this site sat fallow for so long. And it goes back to what Trent was saying about trying to figure out ways to bridge these processes to make deals more attractive for economic investment. So we were both trying to negotiate a redevelopment with the neighborhood and the city of Baltimore with the change of zoning, not knowing exactly how the regulatory regime was going to respond to our uses. And so we actually were doing both at the same time. And it was extremely messy and extremely complicated. So we had this interplay between the rezoning process and the environmental process. So we came up with an interesting strategy, working with our legal counsel at Whiteford Taylor and with our environmental group at GTA to basically, and our zoning council, to basically come up with multiple uses for the site so that we could continue with the rezoning process while we were figuring out exactly how MDE and EPA were going to react to our proposed uses on the site. So I think I can say it was the first time in Baltimore City that a PUD's ever been approved, a planned unit development's ever been approved that allowed for both a high density usage and a low density usage, which allowed us to basically get the deal through the redevelopment process without having final say on exactly where we were going to be able to build residential and where we wouldn't, and how the various pieces will come together. Ultimately, I do have to say that we were able, with the help of MDE, to really come up with a strategy to land the plane. And after some time, EPA sort of agreed to follow MDE's lead and let MDE lead the process once the process was established and once EPA had signed off on the process. Further sort of complicating all of this is that a portion of the site needed to be retail. We knew that the community wanted retail, and we thought retail was a good mix for the site. But as you can imagine, we were stuck in the unenviable position of having to sort of explain to the retailers and get them to commit to the project with some uncertainty about how the regulatory regime was going to play out. I think we spent almost $150,000 negotiating with just one anchor tenant the pages and pages and pages of environmental language in the anchor lease. So going back to what Trent was mentioning. So what did we end up doing? We ended up cleaning up the dirt and a combination of basically, removal, capping, vapor barriers, and of course, institutional controls, and here's the project that we ended up with. Actually, here I'll just go over the site plan. We ended up with.
I just want to give you a 5-minute warning. Thank you.
Oh, perfect. Wrapping up. This is the site plan with a grocery anchored shopping center here, anchored by Streets Market and LA Fitness, a retail strip. We're also building a medical office building, which just started construction about 3 weeks ago, and 224 apartment units. All told, the total investment in this project, in these first 2 phases of this project, will be roughly $200 million on a site which, quite frankly, without the support of MDE and all of our consultants, would be still sitting there vacant today. So the conclusion is that these deals are very, very hard, right? It took us 4 years to get through the entitlements and environmental approvals. They're costly. We'd spent $11 million before we could capitalize this deal with an institutional investor, and the institutional investor in this project is Prudential. I should mention that. So it took a lot of money and a lot of risk before we even knew that this deal could happen. But the most important thing is that it was worth it, right? We really feel like we've made a huge impact on this community. We're delivering, a Class A project in a community that was looking for it and needed it. We did a major environmental cleanup. The total cleanup costs, sort of wrapped into the site work, were over $20 million, including all the site issues that we had to deal with. And we think we've delivered a pretty amazing project, and we're looking forward to finishing it. So just briefly, I think Trent really touched on this, so I'm just going to say this high level. What could be done to make these processes easier? It would be great if there were more opportunities for early subsidy for investigation. There's some available money, certainly from the city of Baltimore, for early investigation, but I think that's critical to sort of demystify these deals. More certainty sooner. The faster we can know exactly what we can do, the easier it is to raise the capital and get the commitments you need to pull off a project. And then I would say more events like this, where we're inviting other people in the real estate community and the investment community to understand that there is a process to get to the finish line, something that we can demystify and attract more capital to work on transactions like this. Thank you.
Thanks very much, David. Excellent presentation. We're going to switch over next to Scott Slowson. Scott, I'm going to go ahead and shift the presentation mode over to you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Scott, we can see your presentation and hear you okay.
Okay, great. Thanks so much to the Department of Planning and the Department of the Environment for putting this on. It's certainly been a great event and a lot of good information out there. Today, I'll talk a little bit about developers' perspective as it relates to the Brownfield process and try to shed some light on our process and how we work through a Brownfield redevelopment. A little bit about our process and what we do. The company is called 28 Walker Development. We've been around for quite some time. Our focus is smart urban infill redevelopment here locally within the city of Baltimore. Almost all of our projects have really been within the footprint of the city of Baltimore, and we focus pretty heavily on the harbor ring for redevelopment opportunities. And some of the projects that you may know us that were kind of high profile brownfield projects, McHenry Row, which was a multi-phase 19-acre brownfield redevelopment. Our Canton Crossing project was a 30-acre multi-phase brownfield redevelopment, and our Collective at Canton project, which is an ongoing redevelopment currently that we're in the process of working on now. One second. I'll talk a little bit first before we jump into a little bit more specifics about a particular project. But why do we choose to redevelop brownfield properties? I think Baltimore is really unique in that it had a really rich industrial past, and now that we're in a post-industrial world, Baltimore is uniquely situated in that a lot of the harbor ring neighborhoods, and along with other parts of the city, have large pockets of land that were occupied by industrial users that have over time decided to consolidate or to leave town or to reevaluate their business plan. And in the process of doing that, Baltimore has been left with pockets of large swaths of land that have sat vacant for quite some time. And in particular, the sites that we focus on between McHenry Row, Canton Crossing, and the Collective at Canton, I think what's interesting is that those sites were occupied by large previous industrial users. Over time, they slowly tapered their use at the sites. They ended up ultimately vacating the sites, and then they sat vacant for a long period of time due to their previous use and contaminants at the site. They've left large opportunities for redevelopment. I think what's interesting for us, and one of the main focuses for us on these particular projects, is that because of their previous industrial use, they were, and the way that these areas were developed over time, these industrial uses were a key component to the residential attack, to being located directly adjacent to large-scale residential communities. And so all of these projects that we've redeveloped have been large tracts of land that have sat directly adjacent to a residential community that used to be a source of former employment, that as they tapered their use and eventually exited the market, left large holes that sat within prominent locations within existing residential communities. And over time, what's happened is those things have sat vacant, they've become an eyesore, and they've sat there with no beneficial use to the community, and a source of contamination that hasn't been cleaned up. For us, what we like about these sites is that we're able to make a large impact. I think what we've seen and has been demonstrated over time is that when you're able to take these large swaths of land and put them back into reuse, it really has a ripple effect throughout the entire community. You're taking a blighted eyesore and you're able to take those and put those back into service, and you're taking what might have been a site that was a source of employment for a large number of jobs in a previous industrial use and that had tapered to virtually no employees, and being able to create a large center of economic activity that hopefully also expands upon and moves outward into the community. And that's something that we've seen with a lot of our projects, is that our projects have been part of a overall redevelopment strategy that continues to enrich the community and creates an active hub that's beneficial for both the everyday user as well as the surrounding community itself. And lastly, for us, we find them both rewarding from profitability perspective when they're done properly, and it's also extremely rewarding for the community, because you're taking these large parts of land that were really integral to the community in the past, but then had been shut off and fenced off, and putting them back to a better use. For us, just to give you a little bit of the lay of the land of some of the development activity that we've done in town locally, our McHenry Row project is located in Locust Point. It's a commercial project that I'll talk to you a little bit more about. Our Banner Row project is currently under development. It's a brownfield site that's about 5 acres, in which we're doing fee simple townhomes. And our Canton Crossing and our Collective at Canton projects, which are located in the Canton neighborhood. All of these sites were obviously industrial uses located and surrounded by in residential neighborhoods, and our ability to transform these into active, vibrant projects has had a really positive effect on the surrounding neighborhoods as well. I think today, to give you a little bit of developer's perspective, what I wanted to do was spend time talking about our development work and brownfield redevelopment in the Canton area, which has been a multi-phased and approach in 2 different centers, in our Canton Crossing project and then our Collective at Canton. So the project is located in the Canton neighborhood of Baltimore. It's situated directly off of Boston Street. It's bound by Conkling to the west, Haven and the CSX rails to the east, O'Donnell to the north, and I-95 is a little further off to the east of these projects with great visibility and access. I think it's important to note about this particular project is that this really serves as the gateway entrance to visitors coming to and from Baltimore. As you get off I-95, this is the first thing that some people will see as they head towards the Canton neighborhood. Fells Point or the Inner Harbor, and for a long period of time, Boston Street was lined with green fence and no activity, and our development activity here has helped to really recreate the experience and the everyday lives of people that live and work around the area there. This is just a little bit of an overview of what happened at Canton Crossing. Canton Crossing has just about 440,000 square feet of retail. It was completed over 2 different phases. The first phase was completed in October of 2013. It's anchored by a Target, a Harris Teeter, and a lot of other national retailers. For us, what was important about this particular project is that we were able to fill a large regional power center need for the city of Baltimore that didn't exist previously. So prior to this site being redeveloped, if you wanted to go to a Target or you wanted to go to some of these other stores, you were heading to White Marsh or Glen Burnie. This keeps those users in the city, customers in the city, and filled a large gap. And it's something that's been extremely successful from a retail perspective and filling a need within the city of Baltimore. It's important to note that it's a good shopping solution for people that live within the city, but because of its access to I-95, it also has a regional draw, drawing people from up and down the 95 corridor, and has been really, really successful for us. Directly across the street from Boston, on Boston Street from our Canton Crossing project, is our Collective at Canton project, which is under development now. We recently completed the retail portion of the project, which sits where my mouse is currently. There's a Sprouts grocery store that opened, the first Sprouts in the city of Baltimore, at 30,000 feet. We have a Chase Bank, an Xfinity location, Sola Salon, and a Pure Raw Juice. We had a large disposition to a multifamily builder that in Graystar that is currently in the process of building 500 apartment units as we speak. That'll be finished in September of 22. We're about to get started with a timber office building here. And at the bottom, we have a retail pad that we're working and just signed leases on that we have not been able to, that we're not ready to tell you who they are, but they are exciting uses. And so before we jump into kind of the process stuff, I thought I'd give you a little bit of history about the property and its operating history there. ExxonMobil in Canton owned a little more than 130 acres in Canton as part of their operating history there. In 1865, they began operations as one of the nation's first refineries producing petroleum products. They operated that under that capacity for about 100 years, in which in 1965 they converted the terminal to storage for storage and distributing of bulk petroleum products. In 1984, Exxon began dismantling their operations, and then in 1997, MDE and Exxon entered into a consent decree to provide a roadmap for remediation at the property. In 2007, MDE and Exxon entered into an amended consent decree and continued to address petroleum contamination at the project. And from 2007 to present, Exxon has continued remediating property under the consent decree and obtaining no further action letters under the consent decree on a parcel by parcel basis. A little bit about the remediation. Obviously, as the previous use, the primary contaminant is Annapolis and petroleum products. There are additional contaminants at the site, and primarily TPH and DRO, but there are a handful of other common industrial contaminants associated with its previous industrial use. From a remedial assessment perspective, prior to the redevelopment of the product, there's a substantial amount of work and energy that went into understanding the contamination, assessing it, evaluating it, and quantifying it. And that work was performed with Exxon and Tetra Tech to create a site conceptual model that outlined and identified where the petroleum impacted soil is, where the Annapolis sits, and most importantly, how to go about recovering that product in a effective manner. So from a remediation perspective, the remedial method is recovery wells under the consent decree, and that's regulated by the oil control program. Exxon has done a fair amount of oil recovery at the property. There is still ongoing active recovery of LNAP on portions of the sites, but that process is overseen by the oil control program, and that really kind of covers all of the historical contamination and getting it to a satisfactory level of recovery under the consent decree. For everything that we do at the site, there is a coordination with the oil control program, but all of the ongoing and previous development activity at the site has been under the purview of the voluntary cleanup program, and the primary remedial method there is really dealt with in the form of a site cap, whether it's hardscape or softscape cap, and then a vapor barrier and active and passive venting, addressing things like methane at the property. A little bit just to try and give you a quick overview of the contaminants at the site and how the consent decree works and how the recovery of petroleum impact of LNAPL works at the site. The site is really situated into two recovery zones. There's an upper zone that's shown here in the area in orange, which sits at varying degrees of depth, and that upper zone is confined below that by a natural arundel formation, and then below that there's a lower zone. And Exxon's remedial obligations as it relates to the consent decree have by and large been fulfilled for the upper zone, and there's ongoing and active remediation and recovery for the lower zone at the property. And that work is ongoing and has been a part of our redevelopment activity at the collective at Canton as well. There's been a lot of talk over the last couple of days about the Brownfield redevelopment process and the voluntary cleanup program. And I thought where we could add some value and have a little bit of perspective that we could offer you was to really talk about how this chart really fits into our overall development process. And so while the voluntary cleanup program is a part of the development process, I think for us, what we wanted to spend a little bit of time today talking about is how that process impacts and affects all of the development process from start to finish on one of our projects. And so to talk a little bit about it, I think talking about first the purchase and sale agreement and the due diligence process. The site was obviously owned by ExxonMobil, and for us, as we work out a purchase and sale agreement, there are a number of different things that you work out in a purchase and sale agreement. With Exxon, it's a large multinational corporation. It's a group that has, a lot of particular thoughts on how to convey a property, and the purchase and sale agreement for this particular project was hundreds and hundreds of pages and extremely complex and complicated. But at the crux of what we're negotiating in a purchase and sale agreement with Exxon here was things like use restrictions. What are we going to do with the property? Exxon has an interest in what you are and are not going to do with the property based on their previous use. They wanted oversight from a development plan review process to understand what we are doing. They wanted certain environmental controls in place, regardless of what we ended up agreeing to with the voluntary cleanup program. And then they also wanted to make sure that there were protocols in place when leasing the property and selling the property to third parties, whether that means disclosure of information, discussions about liability, and things of those nature. From a site history and site assessment perspective, for us, this is really one of the most important parts of a process of underwriting a project and understanding a development plan and trying to make sure that you create a development plan that has a pathway to success. So most importantly for us, you always want to make sure you're engaging a qualified environmental consultant. Tetra Tech, GTA, and Urban Green, we've used all of them. All of them have been phenomenal. Tetra Tech and GTA were heavily involved in different phases of this project for us, and we've used Urban Green on other projects as well. And they're a critical part of the project to make sure that you create a very clear pathway to having an easy to understand and easy to follow redevelopment plan that contemplates the environmental contaminants and make sure that you're being able to properly remediate the property and communicate risks to all the parties that are involved on the project. For us, as we understand the site contaminants, there was phase 2. I think we're most importantly trying to get a handle on the time frame to understand the risks associated with executing an environmental management plan, and also understanding the cost associated with an environmental management plan. For us, when we look at the cost of redeveloping a property, we're also looking at ways to offset the cost in the form of the Brownfield tax credit program, grants that may be available either through assessment grants or remediation grants. And we're trying to make sure that all the parts and pieces fit together and that you're not in a situation where you make a misjudgment about cost. And that's really what the most important part of this whole site assessment process is to be able to quantify the risk, to be able to quantify where you could have a problem, whether it be timing, regulatory, or the implementation of a plan. And so we spend a lot of time in the due diligence process trying to understand how we do that. And that process is also really important that we pair that site assessment process with MDE to put ourselves in front of them, to explain what our development goals are for the project, to explain the contaminants that are there, what our proposed pathway to remediation is. And most importantly, it's a good opportunity with the department to discuss what the time frame of the development is, what we're trying to seek to accomplish, what our sensitive points are, what the department's sensitive items are for the site, so that you can clearly identify where the roadblocks or where you could have tripping points on a project, because it's so important as you go through a brownfield site to make sure that you're properly identifying both the contaminants, but also the pathway to resolving the contaminants and any items that could come up in the way that could slow you down or cost you more money. And it's been said a number of times, but the department has been so helpful for us in this process because it's a mature program, as others have said, but it's also one that a group of people that are truly interested in seeing beneficial reuse of properties. They're truly interested in making sure that the health and human safety is protected on these sites, but they also understand there's a development component, and they're willing to work with you to figure out how to work within the confines, provided they make sense, to move a project through quickly and to move a project through in a way that makes sense for all parties that are involved.
Scott?
Yeah.
Just a 4-minute warning for you.
Got it. Okay, I'll move through quickly on this last little bit here. So for us, as we go through the process, site environmental design constraints, it's extremely important for us to understand how site contaminants and site remedial efforts will impact and have an impact on the ability to lay out a site or a development time frame, whether a certain portion of the site requires remediation that will take longer, that will impact the development time frame. From a municipal approval perspective, I think that's one of our biggest challenges, and you'll see this image here in the bottom right corner. As you go into the Department of Planning and others that have thoughts about how a site lays out, one of our challenges and that we work through with the municipalities is explaining to them that while there are certain design criteria and design standards that make sense, this is a brownfield site, and in order to put this back into beneficial reuse, we like to be able to properly convey the message of what we're dealing with, how we're dealing with it, and how that affects municipal approvals, whether a building can be located in a way that the city wants versus a building or site plan that has to cater to the needs of the environmental remediation plan. From a community engagement perspective, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of our sites have been situated in prominent locations within waterfront community neighborhoods. These sites have sat vacant for a long time. There's always speculation about what contamination was at the property and a concern about what happens when you're redeveloping a property. How does that impact the community? Does it make a safety issue? And the department, through the public notice period, public comment period, and as well as meeting with the community, that process is extremely important when garnering community support for things like rezoning and development support and approval from a municipality. From a lender perspective, as was mentioned in the previous panel, the most important thing for us and for a lender is to understand and quantify risk. I think a lender wants to make sure that if you were to default in your redevelopment efforts, they want to make sure what they're left holding the bag on and how they go ahead and move through a process of remediating the site and making sure that they're not left with a site that's in a partially finished or incomplete state. And so you're trying to communicate and quantify risk, and things like track record, proper environmental consultant communication, those things go a long way to make sure that a lender and lenders council can feel more comfortable about the process of remediation and the pathway to it and potential pitfalls. The same thing is true with leasing, really. On the leasing end, as David touched on earlier, and it was touched on in the earlier panel, the tenant wants to know, how does this impact me as I operate at the center? Does that impact my design through things like vapor barriers or ventilation? Does it affect my ability to make repairs when I have to access or modify things like a vapor barrier that may be sitting under the slab? Or when you have a ground lease tenant, how does it affect their design as it relates to capping the site? And other important things like obligations for access to property, and the design and construction time frame, whether that means taking air samples during the construction process. So there's a coordination effort by all parties to make sure that you can move through this process quickly and efficiently and as painlessly as possible. And from a development perspective, it's just extremely important that once you get into the actual development, that you have your environmental consultant involved for the full life cycle of the project. You want them involved early on with communication with regulatory agencies. You want them involved in the design document process, and you want them involved to be able to help you communicate and translate to both lenders and tenants the items of concern and how we're addressing them and how we're going to go about making sure that there's not a problem with addressing them in the future. And lastly, from an ongoing maintenance perspective, you're looking at things like, what does this do to the bottom line on the back end? You have to include operating expenses for ongoing CAP inspections, ongoing monitoring, reporting, and communication. And all of these things wrapped up really just mean at the end of the day that I think in short summary, as David mentioned earlier, these sites can be extremely rewarding, both from a profit perspective, from a community investment and reuse perspective, but they have to be done with a lot of coordination and a lot of detail. And we're more than thankful for what the department has done over the years to make this process simpler, easier, and having clear, defined expectations on time frame and processes. Those go a long way to quantifying risks that allow developers, lenders, tenants to move forward in the process and feel comfortable, signing up to be a part of a project. And really, without the department's involvement, it wouldn't be possible. And without the environmental consultant being involved, it wouldn't be possible. So we're thankful, and we love doing this stuff. And thankfully, there's a good system in place that allows us, to understand the process and move through it expeditiously and with a clear understanding of what to expect.
Thanks so much.
That's all I have.
Thank you. That's great. Great presentation. So for our last presentation, we have Scott Noteboom. I'm going to shift over the presentation mode over to you, Scott.
Thank you.
Sure.
Great. Can you see my screen?
Yes, Scott, we can see your screen and we can hear you. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, let me give a little introduction. My name is Scott Noteboom. So I'm the CTO of Quantum Loophole, which is a new company. So from a past perspective of what brought us together to create the company is I led global infrastructure for Apple, and then before that Yahoo, which really means my job was over the past 20 years to build out internet, or now known as cloud infrastructure, data centers, networks, and so on and so forth. The creation of Quantum Loophole was really built around about 4 of us in the industry who had worked for other data center companies, Microsoft. I came from Apple and such. We're really revisiting kind of our work over the past 20 years and saying, you know what, based on all the lessons we've learned over all these years, how would we do things different, or how would we do things better now that the cloud's actually growing bigger than even I could ever imagine it to be 20 years ago? So really, as we get into our project here, we consider ourselves kind of the first master plan developers of cloud communities, and I'm going to get into what that means. So first of all, the site and what brings us to Maryland. So this is what formerly was one of the biggest aluminum smelters or aluminum processing plants on the planet, East Alco Frederick, which resides on about 2,200 acres of land in Frederick County. And it kind of epitomized kind of traditional American industrial era, opened from about 1970, I think, to about 2005. So along with probably all of us historically have had, items made out of aluminum that came out of this facility. As we learn lessons, a lot of the brownfield lessons relative to PCBs, PCEs, and other contaminants that affected the site, nature, and some of the people happened in this site. So relative to us and our project, a place that's well located on 230 kV primary transmission lines that's close to within reach of the largest data center community in the world in Northern Virginia, really drew us and made us attracted to this site. And being that it had such a reputation as a large brownfield, it's kind of our objective of turning this from, being a notable brownfield to one of the finest representation of what a greenfield build is. And I'm going to get into that. Along the way, this is what the property looked like when it shut down. Some of the underground archaeologists, so if you go to Abandon America website, they snuck into the facility and took some beautiful pictures during kind of the time frame of 2005 and 11 when the building was really shuttered and just kind of sitting there waiting for new life. So it's interesting to go through, and this is what kind of classic big American industry looked like, kind of represented in the 1970s. There's a burning stove. So anyway, Alcoa ended up raising the site in 2011, and by the 2018 timeframe had done kind of full environmental mitigation and got a no further action on the site and placed the site for sale. So when we look at an aerial view, which is about, this is about 350 acres of the 2,200. This is really the former remnants of what the Alcoa factory that I just showed you look like. There are a couple landfills that are still being monitored and a couple waste disposal sites. So, as a startup with some past experience doing brownfield builds, we did sign up to some responsibility relative to ongoing responsibilities relative to past contamination, but we feel we're well qualified and well suited to manage that responsibility. So as I mentioned, we're developing what we call a clean cloud community, which is really, we consider this kind of the first master plan data center community. And our objective in Frederick County is to really recognize, and we put a lot of study into what the culture is of the community, which we really see it as being a culture of agriculture, which surrounds us, a culture of history. One of the signers of the Declaration of Independence still has a historical house on this 2,200 acres that we're preserving, and really a culture of nature. It's beautiful up there, and we're kind of on the outskirts of Frederick, and there's a lot of trees and beauty out there that we think really demands regard. So our job is to really balance the synergies between technology, which is really our business, the people of the community, and nature, which I would argue they're even before the people. So this is what the site looks like. So in the PP4 area, sorry for the broad picture, it's hard to actually get a quality image when the site is so large. That's PP4 is where the former property resides. So we really have two thoroughfares, roads, New Design Road on kind of the east of the site, Ballinger Creek Road to the west of the site, and then we have Manor Woods Road that cuts through the middle. So when we came up with our vision of what is a master plan data center or cloud community, one of the things, so this is a picture taken in Northern Virginia. So Northern Virginia is actually the largest data center or cloud market on the planet. And it's gained a reputation called Data Center Alley. And when I came into Frederick County, one of the things that stands of importance to me is really what's happened, and I was part of Northern Virginia, is data centers and technology has kind of redefined the culture of the community. And oftentimes I come from San Jose, we're called the Silicon Valley, and I go, what culture and soul is in machines? Doesn't that come from humans? So I'm a big believer in, especially Frederick County is, let's not turn this into an extension of Data Center Alley. Quite frankly, when I look at your beautiful community, if it ends up being called an alley, I failed in my job. So this kind of represents a big data center building that isn't our mission in Frederick County or this site. So when we look at what we want to do here, and again, going back to the culture of nature, a culture of history, and a culture of agriculture, how do we fit into that culture? How do we balance the design of big data center buildings? I showed you an example of one on the past slide, which are little more than big industrial machines that are designed to breathe the outside air environment so they can be efficient. So they tend to be big, square, not incredibly compelling from an architectural perspective boxes. Other things in data centers is they're massive consumers of water. How can we address that challenge and not put a large tax on the wastewater, the water systems in the county? How can we enable low-cost renewable energy that avoids backup diesel generators for when energy goes out? So siting this site on a location that is on high criticality primary transmission lines helps enable some of those things to happen. And then in regards to security, these are effectively national security assets. So how do we accomplish security while also maybe having a dual use of that security and removing visibility from the community? So I'm going to show a couple examples of our vision of architecture. So our vision of architecture is this is a rendering of a car driving down New Design Road. And to the right, you can see look into the 2,200 acres of the data center community. And I'm purposely not showing a building, which I'll show you in the future, because we believe when you take a nice drive around this particular area, that's nature is the center point. And so what we're doing is we're actually integrating berms and trees so that when you go around this community or you're at any viewpoint from the community, you actually don't see anything but nature. We're not here to build big buildings and redefine anything. We're here to fit into what Frederick County is. And so berms and trees is our initiative. So as part of our POA, our Property Owners Association, we've identified some really high standards in regards to how nature is to be used to shelter the view of anything within the data center community from the outside community, which has a security perspective to it, which is good for the data center community. It has a sound perspective, high frequency noises being buffered by things like trees and plants work beautifully so the community never have to hear anything. And we really think that this represents the identity of Frederick County, particularly with agricultural surrounding us. So this is an example. This was the factory in the rear when you drove past the site. This is the entrance into the community here. Our signage standards from the exterior, again, we have much higher standards than exist at the county level relative to what's acceptable from a sign perspective. We're not here to show logos. There's major buildings behind here that are all sheltered by curvature of drive and roadways to eliminate the viewpoint of things, and the introduction of using indigenous grasses, native trees to avoid use or avoid sight. So on the road that cuts through the campus, this is St. Joseph's Carrollton Manor. It's one of the most historical churches in the state of Maryland. Again, berms and trees. There's actually a major big building, just like you saw in the Northern Virginia picture that's behind that. So everything is architected to avoid the viewscape challenges. Here's an elementary school. This is actually a park that's been donated. The land is donated from Alcoa and it's never been built. So we're looking to collaborate with the community in using berms and trees and building soccer fields and actually getting this park developed that was just sitting here. So working with Frederick County and the development of these kind of things we think is good for the community. And again, it kind of fits the identity of people here versus technology. Bees and trees. So in this 2,200 acres, we're actually allocating over 300 of those acres to open space. As part of that open space, to also benefit, how do we fit into the agricultural community? So first of all, when land isn't being built, we're continuing to use it from an organic agricultural perspective. In the open space, starting at a ratio of every 3 acres, we're introducing beehives, and the trees we're planting are going to be trees that require pollination, because as we've learned in science, returning the bee population in order to pollinate crops and trees is actually good for our neighbors in the agricultural community, as well as the county of Frederick. So we're introducing bees and trees throughout the community. The open space areas kind of center and circle around the entire community where they'll be in data centers. Again, trying to align the synergies between traditional farming that surrounds us and our new form of data farming. Native plants and grasses. So in our POA, we have standards for no artificial landscape watering, no trying to turn this into a golf course. In this area, Frederick County sits on karst-related land, so avoiding putting any deep watering into the ground actually helps in karst, limestone, or any kind of sinkhole risks. We have standards where we're only allowing the use of native plants and grasses. And the natural grasses, which is kind of the standard we're setting, we're working with the farming community to be able to harvest or quote unquote mow that grass and then turn that particular type of natural native grasses into biochar, which then is added to soil throughout the community and agriculture to help in soil stability of the agricultural community, which rebuilding the soil after years of their own chemical use is something we think we can bring to the community quite a lot. We have a stream going through the site, the Tuscarora Creek. So in addition to avoiding any kind of flood water backup risks or such in the data center community, we're leading some stream restoration efforts on the site to avoid those kind of things from happening. There was past flooding on Manor Woods Road when the stream was backed up, and obviously that isn't good for our business or good for nature, the community, so we're doing that. Putting forest conservation easements on those open spaces. And for any trees that we have to take down, I'm actually personally requiring review for every tree that's of 75 years of older that ever has to be taken down, exploring how we can reroute things, avoid taking down kind of these grandfather, grandmother trees. And for any tree that must be taken down, doing a 2-to-1 or greater ratio of afforestation in the open space. So again, you can see our approach to what we're bringing to the community is not so much architecture, it's nature's architecture. In the POA, we also have recommendation guidelines relative to defining Kelvin and light standards, so that the community can be aligned with what's called the International Dark Sky Association standards to preserve the skyscape. When you go into, I walk through the farm fields on this site and seeing the stars and the fireflies at night, and sitting in Adamstown, which is south of Frederick, and just looking up at the sky and looking towards the north and seeing the glow of Frederick, it would be, I think, a disservice for us to continue that glow headed south towards Adamstown. So we're setting recommendation guidelines within our POA of ways that we can avoid that. Water and sewer, the community actually treats its wastewater to an incredibly high standard because it ends up going in the Potomac River. We're going to be using that wastewater, one of the first and quite frankly the biggest data center campus in the world that's going to be not using domestic water and replacing that over time with what we're calling cooling water, which was adequately treated gray water. Again, data center consumption of water has been a major issue, and avoiding that issue is pretty key. This is what one of the buildings are going to look like once you go around the berms and trees and everything. You can see the use of natural grasses and native trees and everything. I just wanted to show what a typical data center looks like. So while from the community and from the neighboring perspective, you won't see anything, everything will be kind of secured kind of behind this curtain of nature. These are really what these buildings are kind of going to look like and how they kind of benefit and kind of synergize with nature. And you can see some of the solar benefits on the roof. So from a timing perspective, we're in preliminary subdivision kind of entitlement phase with the county. Our public hearings in mid-December. So that is our kind of first step. We've owned the property only for a couple months now. We're going to be constructing adequate public facilities relative to water, gray water, wastewater, road. We're constructing a couple new roadways. We're going to be lending a roadway that could eventually help becoming a highway connector over time, over the years as well. So we have some road and adequate public facilities. We're going to be bringing network capacity diversely across the Potomac River to the site. So this small town of Frederick will be one of the better connected communities on the planet from a network perspective. That's pretty exciting. And then electrical substations slated to go online with first data centers behind berms in later 2023. So thanks for your time. And that's what we've been up to at East Alcoa. And really what I'll speak as a personal goal is we intend to build upon the story of dirty industry and transformation into what we believe is going to be the epitome of what green cloud community means on the planet. And we are excited to do that in the state of Maryland, my first project in Maryland. So thanks for letting me share, and hopefully that was helpful.
Thanks so much, Scott. Appreciate it. So we have time for a little bit of a break for questions and answers. And if the presenters can show their webcams, we appreciate that. Let's see. Right, just getting sure I got my screen up correctly. I think the first question, I think is for, let me see if I got this right. Was the Exxon one? Which site had the Exxon use? But you can find out what kind of this is from Jacob Tenenbaum. What kind of restrictions did Exxon ask for as part of the land, as part of allowing for the land transfer?
Hey, Scott, you're on mute.
Scott, I think you have to unmute yourself. Sorry about that. Let's see if I can do that for you.
Okay, there we go. Exxon has had a series of different restrictions that they've put in place for us. From a environmental control perspective, Exxon had requirements on things like no below grade parking structures. They had restrictions on things like stormwater piping systems and materials that we could use, and other certain environmental controls. As it relates to use restrictions, in our initial phases of the project with Canton Crossing, they originally had a residential restriction in place. That restriction is still deed restricted currently in Canton Crossing phase 1 and phase 2. However, as we moved through the process and they became more comfortable with dealing with us from a development perspective and understanding how multifamily and things of that nature could be done, they were able to allow us to do multifamily, provided it was not first floor residential in our collective at Canton project. And so, and then there's a host of other smaller things as it relates to being able to store certain materials on site and things like that, whether it's through the development phase and post-development that might be considered a risk to them as it relates to potential for environmental contamination.
Thanks, Scott. And I have a question from one of the audience members, Gani Diemi. And Gani, I'm going to try to unmute you if you could, if you feel comfortable asking your question. I just want to make sure I've gotten your question correctly. And so I'm going to try to unmute you, and if you could speak your question. Okay, I'm going to read Gani's question, and this is really for everybody, and make sure I've got this correct. So this is an example provided. Let's say that there has been a development built, but only on a portion of the contaminated site. What would happen to the other part of that site, the part that's not developed? Is there still the chance for continued contamination of different media, the air, the soil, the water, just because that other portion of the site has not been redeveloped? could you all speak to that? We appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll speak to that. So we have a soil, an environmental boundary area around us and a soil management area that really surrounds kind of the original Alcoa factory. And that is the area that has actions. And those actions range from, there are particular areas that if we do any disturbance of the soil, we have to put a 2-foot clean cap of soil on top, to kind of a do not touch type areas, particularly to landfill that we're just growing natural grasses and continuing to monitor. Outside the environmental areas, we don't believe outside the footprint of the factory there was any contaminants, nor were any found. But if anything is obvious in the process of breaking ground or anything, we will have to do testing in those kind of areas if anything is spotted. Now, anything that's built within the area, we actually have to have an environmental consultant who monitors all the activities we're doing when we work in that area. So I don't know if that helps the question, but as a developer, particularly as a startup developer, you know, in my past in big companies have done a lot of brownfield builds. What I'll say is there is a risk that we assume, even though our site is fully remediated with no further action, our actions could potentially find new things or cause new actions to occur. And you know, the more support we can get from state, federal, and local government as we assume those kind of risks, the better. So hopefully that helps.
Thank you. And David or Scott, do you have any other thoughts about that question?
We dealt with that at our Yard 56 project. Obviously, if the contaminants are moving, you won't be able to get a sign off on the site you're cleaning up if they know or that there's concern that contaminants from the other site might recontaminate the part you've already cleaned up. So it really depends on the type of contamination and what your strategy is. And a lot of times you will, what we did in the case of the project that I walked through earlier is we subdivided the site so that we could complete the cleanup and get certificates of completion in successive order as opposed to all at once, since we weren't planning on doing all of the cleanup and capping in one fell swoop. You know, or I should say finalizing the capping. Obviously you do the cleanup all at once, but to get the final capping and everything done with the certificates of completion can take some time. So I think that it's a good question, and it really depends on the site, the type of contamination, how long it's going to take you to do the cleanup, and what your overall development plan is.
Yeah, I'll just echo what David said. We've done multi-phase subdivided parcels that were originally part of a larger tract of land, and it's really data driven at the end of the day. So if you have things that are migrating or are causing problems to be of concern, then I don't think you'll see a closeout on a site. But I think in general it's going to be site specific and specific to the contaminant at hand. But for us, we've been able to go through multi-phase closures or COCs by subdivision of parcels, and that has worked well. But it's unique to each site and the contaminants and how and their pathway or potential pathway of exposure.
Thanks so much, Scott and David and Scott. We really appreciate your presentations. Yeah, I think we for folks, we have our next session starting at let's see, at 12:30. So folks, you can take a break if obviously. We do have one last question if our presenters want to stick around for this one additional question from Carol Green. Question is, how much due diligence would each of you recommend doing prior to property acquisition that would give you the comfort that the property has brownfields potential and the risk can be compartmentalized?
Yeah, not only doing deeper due diligence, particularly in any kind of brownfield build, but usually what I would recommend as well is you actually have to be dealing with the seller who will be cooperative in enabling you the time to do due diligence, because deeper due diligence from an environmental perspective takes more time. So I'll say, particularly on this site, which is a rather large industrial site, you know, it took us about 6 months of deep due diligence to feel comfortable in what we were dealing with.
I would just offer your phase one is going to tell you a little bit more about the potential for contamination and what the previous use and what that may translate to as it relates to site contamination. And from there, I think you're trying to quantify what the contaminants are, what their pathway of exposure and how they interact and how they move or don't move at a site, and then understanding more about the remedial action that's associated with it. So I think, you know, to echo on what Scott said, one of the challenges in due diligence, at least in the initial acquisition stage, is that when you want to do a phase two, if the seller generally is going to require phase two approval and review and approval of the scope. And in some cases, sometimes the seller has a concern about what you may find in the instance that you don't buy it. And so it's always a balancing act of being able to get the right amount of remedial, you know, or environmental site assessment done to be able to quantify it. But then in some cases, you have to rely upon a consultant to help you understand what a traditional pathway for remediation is, or where the data gaps could be and what that could mean for you in quantifying and evaluating risk. But it's different depending on each developer's risk profile and their experience in dealing with those contaminants.
We'll just add, somebody said this, I think it was you, Scott, well, the professionals are key. Get really good professionals who understand the jurisdictional issues and who can give you guidance. And you need practical guidance, not just, you know, not just on one hand, on the other hand. You really need like practical guidance to understand the financial risk, and spend the money spent up front on those professionals will be well worth it if you decide to move forward with the transaction. You don't want to go into one of these deals with one arm tied behind your back.
Thank you. Thank you, David and Scott for your excellent presentations and for fielding these questions today. That's all we have for the Q&A. We still have some time for the short break here until 12:30. And so go ahead and take a break if you need one, and we'll reconvene at 12:30. Excellent presentations, and we'll be talking soon. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Our fourth and final session for today is Lessons Learned from Local Governments. We're very happy to have our presenters, including David Warrington, Town Administrator for the Town of Mount Airy, who is presenting along with Michael Bell, Environmental Consulting Services. And we also have Jeremy Mason, City Manager for Pocomoke City. So we thank you very much for being here today. David and Michael, I'm going to shift the presentation over to you.
Good afternoon. I'm David Warrington, the Town Administrator for the Town of Mount Airy. We're a population just under 10,000, and we straddle Carroll County and Frederick County. It's a little smaller than all of the presentations you've heard earlier. We are just a tiny municipality. The Town of Mount Airy, mostly through volunteers, successfully converted a half-mile section of abandoned rail line into a pedestrian trail on the east side of Main Street. This highly successful and popular trail serves as a pedestrian connection from Main Street, which is Maryland Route 808, and Ridge Road, which is Maryland Route 27. The town turned its attention after this project to another half-mile section of rail line. When you have success, you want to keep the momentum going and build on it. The section of rail line that was abandoned is on the west side of Main Street, starting at Maryland Route 808, which is a continuation of the same trail or rail line that we got from CSX. We approached CSX in 2012 to open negotiations for the purchase of a site. And with a very large corporation, we had our work cut out for us. As you can see from this slide, this effort was in no way an overnight success. An interesting side story: at the time, the town council president, who is now our new mayor, Mayor Larry Hushauer, is a commercial airline pilot for Southwest Airlines. In an effort to cut through some of the red tape we were experiencing and we're encountering, he had a piloted flight to Florida, and during the layover walked into the corporate offices of the CSX employee that the town had been trying to contact for a number of weeks. Nothing like a pop in and a few hundred miles away to move things along, and that it did. There's some other events that occurred, which we'll cover in this presentation, but in 2016, the appraisals began to move, and the acquisition moved from an idea closer to reality. As you can see, the town was resourceful in how it would fund the acquisition through program open space, funded by the Department of Natural Resources, and a bond bill funded through the state legislature. Fast forward through all the trials and tribulations, soon we described in the town, Mount Airy went to settlement and became the property owner in September of this year. What's the old saying? Be careful what you wish for. Our intent to utilize the property throws out the window the adage of let sleeping dogs lie. We were about to wake that dog and hopefully find a way to tame it and get it under control. With the site we wanted, and as you can see from the date of testing, we knew that upon acquisition that there was plenty of work to be done. We welcomed the challenge as a brownfield cleanup, knowing the benefits and knowing the end result. Town of Mount Airy, now the proud owner of half a mile of abandoned CSX rail line, knows there was work to be done. While in operation, the rail line was kept passable by the abutting and encroaching vegetation through herbicides. As kids, we were all taught to stay off the tracks, and as you were smart, you listened to your parents. Then we did. However, even if you didn't, there wasn't much to do there except as a route to get from one place to another. And I can tell you, as a kid in PG County, the only reason for walking along the tracks was for us to get to Seabrook to Glendale because it was a straight line. So restricted access is either self-imposed by fear of the parental consequences if you got caught, or through good sense that it may be an active rail line and there isn't much to do on tracks unless you're trained. So with no human activity in the area, the chemicals and contaminants did not pose a health threat. Enter rails and trails. and the deterrent of an active trail line has been eliminated. The town of Mount Airy and hopefully parents will now be encouraging human activity, exercise, communing with nature, and visiting Main Street shops downtown. Welcome joggers, walkers, bikers, strollers, and to all our newest town asset. But there's a hitch. I almost feel like referencing the Amity Beach in 1975. And for those of you with an AARP card like myself, you may recall it was a fictional town in the movie Jaws. Contrary to the mayor of that town, who really didn't want to discourage folks to come, we are encouraging folks to come. And in spite of the fact that it wasn't in their best interest to go into the water, we know that this will be in the best interest of the town. Obviously, my example is extreme and not the case here, but we did hire a consultant to do some testing. And we did find that, although not a 20-foot great white shark, we needed something to ensure the safety of those using the facility. And with that, I'll turn this over to Michael Bell from our consulting firm of ECS.
All right, thank you. Yeah, if you go to the next slide, it gives you a picture of what we have for the site. The proposed trail there is marked in that brownish red line right on the CSX transportation line. And the reason I wanted to show you this map is because it gives you a great idea as to how many houses are going to be connected to this thoroughfare. I just know as a kid, if I was in one of these houses, I would have loved to get in my bike, hop on that trail, and make my way into Mount Airy to buy my baseball cards and penny candy or whatever was the fad at the time. The other thing that's great about having this trail open up is that in Mount Airy, there's not a whole lot of parking. So this is really going to open up the downtown area to more accessibility and give it some vitality, which is fantastic. But like David said, there's always a flip side to these stories. Prior to being able to purchase the site, CSX wanted to have some sampling of the soil beneath the tracks, and so we followed the CSX protocol for sampling the tracks and the material beneath the tracks. And sure enough, we found some arsenic and some PAH related compounds. So if you go to the next slide, we spoke with the MDE and came up with a plan for how to address the material we found on site. What the MDE wanted us to do was step out at some distance from each side of the tracks. And if you look at the map here, you can see we stepped out. Each one of those red dots is a sample point. And at various locations on the tracks, we stepped out 5 feet, 10 feet, 15 and 20 feet from the center line of the tracks and collected soil samples. We collected a sample at 0 to 6 inches below grade and 6 to 24 inches below grade in accordance with the VCP approved work plan for the site. As you go to the next slide, you'll see the scope of what we actually had to do. The previous slide was a zoomed in portion of the entire track, and this is a more representative picture of the entire parcel that the town of Mount Airy has actually purchased. So what we did in order to characterize the site was we split it into several different chunks or operational units that the state calls them. Operational units 1 through 6, which are outlined in blue, were established to evaluate the site for arsenic, and operational units 7 through 9, outlined in red, were established to evaluate the site for PAH compounds. So if you do all the math on this, we ended up putting down about 240 hand augers because we couldn't get a drill rig back there; it was too overgrown. So a lot of heavy lifting to get all these hand augers down and collect all these samples. The good news is instead of having to submit hundreds of samples, the MDE allows you to normalize the data by collecting composite samples. So within each operational unit, the samples that were collected at the same depth, distance, and cardinal direction from the tracks were allowed to be composited into one sample. So instead of having 480 samples go to the state, we were able to get it down to 96, which was fantastic. well, if we go to the next slide, you can see that the area that's shaded in red here down the center of the track actually shows the extent of the impacts that were still identified in those 20-foot samples we collected from the center line of the track. Basically, we weren't able to find the edge of the impact, so we still don't know exactly how to remediate the site or how to mitigate the site. Typically, what you would do is either dig out the contaminated soil and haul it off site to a disposal facility, or you would encapsulate it with 2 feet of clean fill, concrete, or asphalt. And the fact that they're putting down a jogging path of asphalt is really helpful in creating a cap for the project. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see what we had to do on this topographic map is step outside of that area that we assume to be or know to be impacted. And we collected 2 more samples on each side of the track at some distance from the center line. The red shaded area represents 20 feet from each side of the track where we previously collected our composite samples. The next round of samples were collected at 22 and 32 feet from the side of the track. As you can see from this topographic map, the red shaded area that we have there is pretty flat. It's going to be fairly simple to put some clean fill on top of that, cover it up, and put an asphalt cap on top, and everything will be fine for getting a closure letter through the state. But once you start making your way greater than 20 feet on either side, you start to see some steep slopes, and that's where it gets a little bit tricky. On the next slide, you can see some photographs of the site, and hopefully this translates over the picture that you have. But you can see how steep some of those slopes start to get. And obviously, if you just throw 2 feet of fill on top of that, it's just going to wash away. So we do have some other engineering options that we can put into place for in the event that the material out there is impacted. But right now, we're still waiting on some of those delineation samples to come back in so we can make a determination as to how far spread the impacts are and know exactly how far we have to cap or how far we have to dig. So that's what we know so far. David, we'll kick it back to you.
All right. As you can see that we've been working on this for some time, and we are in the Region 3 Mid-Atlantic designation, and with EPA's oversight and help, we hope to address this. And the previously developed property or land use often is suspected of contaminants, and fortunately for us, it was a voluntary levels, but we want to use this to get those materials out of there. Our goal is to utilize the Brownfields grant in order to get this done. You can see that the cost of cleanup is not really something that a small town could handle, and that's why we will be applying for a Brownfields grant. The importance of the assistance from the federal state agencies, the town may have purchased or inherited this space, which was utilized with old technology at the time, a lack of environmental knowledge at the time, and perhaps a profit motivation that showed a lack of concern at the time. But no matter what reason, we are here in the present and left with those consequences. In order to correct these past practices and bring these sites back into usable form, we're going to use the technology today and hopefully turn back those hands of time. The town's environmental analysis and soil testing provides us with a roadmap of where we need to go. The testing did indicate that the chemical elements that were mentioned previously are in need of being addressed. We are fortunate that the levels indicated in the testing do not rise to a point of requiring mandatory remediation. The remediation is classified as voluntary, but necessary. So voluntary means necessary. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jason or Jeremy.
Thanks so much, David and Michael. Very interesting, excellent. And as you noted, we're hoping that the town is successful with pursuing and obtaining a grant from EPA. But the next presenter is Jeremy Mason. city manager with Pocomoke City. Jeremy, I'm going to go ahead and shift the presentation mode to you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jeremy Mason. I'm the city manager of Pocomoke City, Maryland. We are a small municipality of around 4,500 residents on the southern end of the Delmarva Peninsula, just above the Virginia line. And we're currently working on a project which is an old armory site, which also is surrounded by some other buildings. What our plan is to do is to take this city block and demolish the buildings on it. And we have some brownfield issues in regards to the armory building. And this will start my presentation here. The site history of this armory.
Oh, Jeremy, one quick thing. You may want to put it in presentation mode.
Okay.
Yeah, the bottom right, you'll see the kind of the where you can go up to slideshow on the top menu, kind of in the middle of the menu, slideshow. Yeah, it's on the top next to like animations. Yeah, click slideshow. Yeah, then from the current slide should be fine. Yeah, it works. It works. Thank you.
All right. So that is that's the start of it. The building's located at 300 2nd Street in Pocomoke City, and a bit of the site history. I'm trying to get my mouse to cooperate with me here. Pardon the delay. Okay, it is not letting me move my slides for some reason. My mouse is not cooperating with me. Okay, there we go. The armory was built in 1927 for the Maryland National Guard. It was vested to the mayor and city council of Pocomoke in 1970, and it housed our Pocomoke City Police Department headquarters until 2012. They moved to a different location in town. During that time that the police headquarters was there, the basement of the building was used as a small arms shooting range and also a nonprofit organization, a gymnasium used by various youth and community groups. When the police department moved out, it's been occupied since then, and it has gone into utter decay. And so what we did, my screen here. Yeah, some of the things that's wrong is the deterioration of the building, structural issues, roof leaks, interior damage, mold and mildew. There's also an approximately 500-gallon heating oil above ground storage tank present on the property, and there's also an underground storage tank on the property that's observed to have petroleum products still in it. The building also, again, the shooting range shows high lead residuals from lead projectiles and bullets and ammunition that was used. And there's also lead-based paint and asbestos pipes, also flooring materials on the site. This is the site here. This is the armory property. The city currently owns this, where my mouse cursor is displaying, and the building next to it is what we call the Collins building and the Dunn building, which the city is in the process of purchasing. And what our plan is to take this entire block and turn it into a new Worcester County library. This over here is our downtown district. The river is right here, and there's other community activities that go on this property, and there's proposed condominiums going on over here. The platted plans have been done and everything years ago, but this is our focus right here in order to help revitalize the entire downtown area with new property and to eliminate the blight that's there. As far as the assessments that were done, we did a phase 2 environmental assessment. The first task was to take subsurface geophysical samples to determine the presence of underground utilities, other subsurface features. And task 2, there was 10 geoprobe DPTs, soil borings done through the site. At each location, a surface soil sample and 1 subsurface samples were collected. They were analyzed for VOCs, TPHs, GROs, DROs, SVOCs, and PCBs. The surface and subsurface samples collected from free soil borings were analyzed for hexavalent chromium. Task 3, Task 3 converted 3 boreholes into temporary well points for groundwater collection. Task 4 collected 1 composite soil sample of the target range bullet traps, and toxic TCLPs and RCRAs metal analysis were also done. The 5th task was conducted by IH Services. They conducted an ACM survey of the interior, exterior, and the boiler room. Also addressed the building structures, and of course it says the rooftop was not accessible. That's how bad it is. It's not able. Not all points of the building are accessible. So a total of 67 bulk samples of suspected materials were, or suspect materials were collected for asbestos analysis. The 6th task was A1A lead inspection. Services conducted a lead-based paint survey, including the exterior, and they had XRF units to perform 541 analysis of the paint surfaces. Task 7, Weston collected 22 wipe samples of the windowsills, floors, and other surfaces of the interior for further analysis. Task 8 was Weston investigated the UST and AST to determine whether the tanks contained remaining product, which they found did contain remaining product. Weston also validated all laboratory data samples that were collected in accordance with EPA organic and inorganic level 2 methods. This is a picture here of the gymnasium inside. You can see it's all asbestos tile flooring. There's a total of 6,900 square feet total of that flooring, and also 85 windows that all contained asbestos glazing, and as well as 169 ballistic light fixtures containing mercury. There's a further picture. That's a different angle, and shows also an example of window casings. Further asbestos flooring. Also, that's the in that door is the boiler room that was addressed. You can see a large amount of asbestos piping throughout the building. There's a hazmat sign there that has been there forever, but lots of asbestos in the building. And the sample results were from the target range had a lead concentration of 624 milligrams per square foot. Wipe samples from the target range room had a lead concentration of 26 milligrams per square foot. Wipe samples collected from an exposed ceiling I-beam had a lead dust concentration of 2,152 milligrams per square foot. And the wipe samples in duplicate from the floor outside the target range room also exceeded lead dust standards with concentrations of 12.2 milligrams per square foot and 10.28 milligrams per square foot. That is the target range there. There's the I-beams in question, and this here is the backdrop of where the target area was that contains the concentration of the lead projectiles. So the findings were that UST discovered that the northeast of the building in the parking area had the manhole on the surface indicates the general location of the UST. Estimated dimensions of 16-foot long, 11-foot wide, and 7 feet deep. 3 inches of residual layer thick viscous black product remained in the UST. Small amounts of heating oil remain in the on-site above ground heating oil tank. Friable ACM detected in the basement pipe wraps in thermal system that fits around the pipes. No other friable ACM was observed. Paint chip samples and XRF screening identified the following lead-based paint sources in the mechanical room: window sashes, I-beams, garage doors, and the frames, and the target range backstop. A lot of the areas in the building throughout were water damaged, which led to microbial growth and mold growth as well. Potentially hazardous and universal waste identified during the TBA that should be handled and disposed of properly through remediation. The basement rooms of the armory that were used for target practice have visible bullet fragments and lead debris that were observed throughout the entire trap area. And the result of a TCLP samples of the sand were above the RCRA characteristic waste regulatory limit for lead. Estimated 51 cubic feet of sand remains in the bullet trap area, and that is contaminated. VOCs were detected in soil samples below the MDE generic numeric cleanup standard for residential and non-residential soils. Acetone, chloroform, and chloromethane were detected in collected groundwater samples as part of the TBA. However, the concentrations were less than the MDE generic numeric cleanup standard for groundwater. SVOCs were detected in surface soil samples at all locations, with the exception of soil samples at borings 7 and 9, which can be found in the report and which is available. SVOCs detected in the subsurface soil samples at soil borings 4 and 9, and they were detected concentrations of benzoprene in soil surfaces samples at those designated areas. They did exceed the MDE generic cleanup standard, but are less than the non-residential soil standard. SVOCs and PAHs were not detected in groundwater samples. PCB aerochlors were not detected in the soil or groundwater samples. Pesticides were not detected in the soil or groundwater samples. There were concentrations of several metals that were detected in the soil samples. Arsenic and iron were detected, and hexavalent chromium was analyzed in 6 oil samples. There were no detections of that. There were concentrations of TPH, GRO were not detected in the soil or groundwater samples. TPH, DRO was detected in soil and groundwater samples as well. Soil concentrations of DRO did not exceed the residential cleanup standard, but they had the groundwater samples collected for those had concentrations greater than the groundwater standard. There were several wipe samples collected from inside the armory building that elevated levels of lead dust higher than EPA standards. If there are any questions, now would be a good time. I will say that what the city has done has applied for a strategic demolition fund from DHCD. And we are currently in the application process for that to help with funds to remediate and demolish the buildings in question. And that is our plan to do that. That's our findings. And if anybody has any questions.
Hi, Jeremy, this is Sylvia. So we haven't gotten any questions in the chat. I think that you guys covered everything really well. So we don't have any questions at this time, and I'm gonna just take back control of the presenter mode here.
Okay.
So yeah, thank you to Jeremy and thank you to David and Michael for those excellent presentations about Mount Airy and Pocomoke City and your awesome brownfield projects. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank everyone for attending. This concludes our inaugural Brownfield conference toward beneficial reuse. We hope that everyone enjoyed the conference. We would like to offer our sincerest thanks to our very knowledgeable presenters for a great discussion, to everyone who took the time out of your busy schedules to attend yesterday and today, to our advisory committee who helped us design the conference, our colleagues at MDE and EPA, and to John Coleman, our communications and technology guru who helped to make this all happen. The complete recording of the conference and the presentations will be posted on the Brownfield Conference webpage at planning.maryland.gov. We'll also be sending out a survey to ensure that future conferences are as enjoyable and relevant as possible, and to collect feedback for future topics and presentations. Please take a few moments to provide feedback when we send out the survey so that we can continue to improve future conferences. Thanks everybody, and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.